Okay, I think it's fixed. Hello. I made time, y'all. I made time. I have not been able to do live in months. Take advantage. Hello, Haley. Hello, Pale Horse Rider. That's a cool name. I have been so busy, y'all. So busy, so busy. Take advantage of my time. Take advantage. I give it freely, and I don't get to do this very often. I am here to help if I am able. Has anybody seen anything? Hi, Sunwolf. Has anybody seen the Witch Talk Grimoire going around on here? Wonder why the talk wants me to see this. There's a reason. Sometimes there is. I don't know. Your algorithm. Is that like a real thing? What is this? You can pin comment, tap comment. Someone. You ever hook your lip rings up to... no, ma'am. My stand wants to be fucking weird. Stay. Alright, y'all. Let's get your questions. Let's get the questions rolling. I don't have a whole lot of time, but I am giving it to you. I'm giving you what I have. You have a treasure trove of knowledge sitting in front of you. Take advantage. I can talk about my next class that is in the works. This class is going to be on dirts and waters. So I don't know if y'all have seen anything about the Witch Talk Grimoire book that's going around by Bray Witch. But yeah, she's going to use a bunch of my stuff in that book. But I couldn't give her the dirts because that's my next class and that's what I'm working on. But I will have a lot of things in there. There's going to be a section, a whole Pennsylvania Dutch, like powwow section and stuff with my stuff and hex signs and a whole bunch of stuff. Nice to see you, Mar. It's been a while. I'm going to be fucking with this stand because it does not want to fucking stay. Good to see you, Leona. Maria. Okay, that makes sense. Mar. TikTok says encourage your viewers to share your live and invite friends. I'm encouraging my viewers to share my live and invite their friends. Oh, take it. take advantage of my time, y'all. Get some questions in here. So she's going to use, in the book, she's going to use my blue glass and the oil correspondences, because a lot of people don't talk about that. So that, I think she's going to put that in there. I think we're going to have a big section in that book. Here and there, which is pretty cool. So I heard some people are like talking shit about it or something, or saying, I don't know what the fuck they're saying because I haven't seen it, but apparently some people are not liking the idea, but I condone what she's doing. I think it's a great idea, and I love that she's trying to bring the community together to collaborate and actually work together and do something productive to help the community rather than everybody fucking fighting all the time and all this shit. So I am happy to be a part of it, and I think it's a really good idea. I commend her. She's doing a good job. If y'all don't know who Bray Witch is, go over there and follow her. She's writing the Witch Talkers Grimoire, and it's supposed to be out in July sometime, I believe, and it should be really good. Oh my god, you stupid stand. How do I get you? Like, it's there, and then it just slowly, you can see it. Like, if you watch the blinds above my head, you can see it moving ever so slowly. Okay. Does anybody have any questions? Take advantage of my time. I've seen people that got like signs behind them and stuff. I should make me a sign. Should I make me a sign? I think I should make me a sign. That could be a sign. If y'all hear peeping in the background, I got some baby chicks over here. 6 of them. Oh, Lord. Oh, I want my big marker. That's not my big marker. Give me my big marker. Thought it was just in your head. No, it's my stand. The stand's all screwy. See, what happened was during the winter, I have a tankless water heater, and it's outside the house, and we don't get really cold in Mississippi, but we did this year. We had like 3 days where it was like below freezing, and my water heater froze over. So I rigged up my camera stand to hold my hairdryer, and I put my hairdryer outside and pointed it on high speed at my fucking water heater. And it actually fucking worked. But since I did that, now my stand's all screwy. And it doesn't want to stay in the right position. And this marker doesn't work. It doesn't fucking work. It's like literally dry as a bone. I'm not going to put that back in the jar because it doesn't work. This one works. You know what? Wait a minute. Is that fucking backwards? I just thought about it. The camera's gonna make any writing backwards, right? So I need to write the sign backwards. Oh, that's gonna be fun. Okay. Let me try it. Wow. Why is everything gotta be so fucking weird and technical? Okay. This is probably the dumbest idea ever. Oh, backwards S. Okay. I should make me like a nice professional sign. I need to get the hang of this TikTok thing. Let me see. Look at that! I wrote it backwards, y'all. Okay. Where can I stick it? Where can I stick it? Hey, you're gonna fucking see it. Can you see it there? No. If I lean to this side, you can fucking see it. Wait a minute. Let me get this pillow out. God. Okay. Let's see. How's that? Am I backwards writing? Look at that shit. Now the camera fucking stays straight. Oh Lord. Okay, let me see. Okay, what are my thoughts on Cascaria? Cascaria for protection? Fucking amazeballs. Yes. In fact, I'll even give you a little trick. Get you some Cascaria, and well, after you cleanse, you need to cleanse your home before you do any protections, because if you don't cleanse, I'm trying to figure out where to put this pillow. If you don't cleanse your house, look, now my sign moved. No, the sign's not moving, the camera's moving. If you don't cleanse your house before you protect, what you're going to do, crooked ass sign for a crooked ass camera. What you're going to do is trap a lot of stuff in your house by throwing up protections, because like they work both ways. So cleanse your house first, and then get you some Cascaria and go around above all your entrances, so your doors, above your windows, and just draw 3 crosses with the Cascaria across the top. Amazing fucking protection. And then throw some salt in your windowsills. Line of brick dust in front of your door. You can mix it with salt. Yes, Cascaria is fucking amazing. However, a lot of people don't understand. They're just like buying eggs at like the store and eating them and then powdering up the eggshells. That is not true Cascaria. True Cascaria is an egg that has hatched, because that egg protected the life inside of it until it was born. So true, real Cascaria is made from baby chick eggs that have hatched and like carried the chick the whole way to hatching. That's what real Cascaria is made from. I mean, will like regular store-bought eggshells work? It can work, but the true stuff is the hatched. The hatched I didn't remember to stay over here. The hatched eggs. That was a great question. Can we get more of those? I need to like see, then my camera moves and everything's all fucking off kilter anyway. I need to figure out how to fix this fucking stand is what I need to do. It was one of those fucking selfie stick things. So it's got this like arm on it. And it does not fucking stay anymore. See, it's slowly going down. Yeah, Botanica Cascaria is excellent. I'm talking about a lot of people are making homemade cascarilla with just store-bought shells. The stuff from the Botanicas is usually from hatched eggs, and it's usually also made with holy water. So that stuff's good. Now my eye gonna be itching. Lord. Oh my god, camera. I'm gonna be fixing to just sit here and hold this fucking thing. Do I like scary movies? I fucking love scary movies. Since I was a little kid, that's all I watch. All I watch is horror movies. Literally. Since I was like, I don't know, 9, 10. All I watch. It's all that's ever on my TV, other than the news once a day. Gotta keep an eye on that weather. Man, let's talk about fucking scary movies. Shit. I need to figure out something to do with this stand. Look, now you can't see my sign now. I did all that work right and backwards and doing all that shit. I know if I hold it, that's not gonna work either. What can I do, y'all, to fix this fucking thing? It's just fucking stupid. Can you hear it going? What the fuck can I do to fix this? I need like a piece of tape to go from there to there. Or something. I don't have no tape here. What can I do to fix it? What can I do? How would I cleanse my... So cascarilla is not really for cleansing unless you are doing it in a bath. It's really just for protection. You don't cleanse things with cascarilla. I'm trying to figure out what I can fix this stupid stand with. I'm gonna fuck with this here a minute. I think if I tie this here and then tie it over there and pull it tight, it may hold it the fuck up. Let me try it. Hold on, y'all. Let me get this camera fucking straightened up. Okay. So pull it. Whoa. Okay, now where can I tie it? Can I tie it down here? No. That's not gonna work. Your mom is Catholic and just gave me some salt for warding off the devil? I never heard of Catholic salt for warding off the devil. That's a new one. I mean, salt. Did y'all see the video with the communion wafers on Amazon? That shit was cracking me up. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to tie this up so it stays, and it is not. It is not gonna work. Alright, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. I'm gonna try to just hold. That's not gonna work. This stupid fucking thing. I had another stand somewhere. Where can I put this? Hold on, y'all. I can get this figured out, then I can concentrate on asking questions. I'm trying to see, can I put it in this jar? In the jar. Let it stay up. Hey. Hey now. Now it's all far away though, and I can't see the fucking chat. Salt. I got a bunch of videos on my hate seeing. I don't like that fucking angle. That's a little better. It's too far away. My old eyes cannot see. Salt, yeah, salt's good. I got videos on my channel about the salt. Did y'all see the communion wafers fucking video? This is Cinnamon Toast Christ. And so if they go stale and in 3 days they're fresh again. Oh, it's funny as fuck. Okay, I gotta figure out something better than this. I need to at least raise it up. What can you use for protection for your car? All kinds of stuff. You can do a fixed railroad spike in your car. You can carry a red brick under your seat. I do a lot, but you gotta make sure it's a real red brick, not one of these new fake red bricks. I put chicken feet in my car, fixed chicken feet, coffin nail crosses. You can put oil on your car, on your tires for protection. I'm still trying to figure this camera thing out. What the fuck can I fucking put this on? Hold on. I'm gonna go grab some books. Let's see it. Wait a minute. I got that thing. Hold on. Okay, before I do another live, I am going to have a new fucking camera stand. Alright, give me a second. Let's see. And there goes the light. I swear. Okay. Light. Light up. Light stay on table. Light. There. Thank you. Okay. Now, right there. Stay. Stay. You're not staying. Okay, and now it's like sideways. Y'all know I'm old, right? I can't figure this fucking shit out. Hold on. I had it sitting straight, and now it doesn't want there. There. It's still far away, but at least it's up high enough where I can kind of see the chat now. Yeah, I know it's kind of far away. Okay, now I need to put this. Put that. Hey, perfect! Look, it only took me 20 minutes. I figured it the fuck out. Okay. What kind of oil and name for it? So, I mean, you can make your own oils for protection. I sell some in my shop. I sell one called Shield of Armor, and I sell one called Fiery Wall of Protection. I wouldn't recommend the Fiery Wall one for your vehicle. But Shield of Armor that I make would be perfect for vehicle protection. You can cleanse your car too, like the same way you cleanse your home. You can wash it with, floor wash stuff. You can smoke cleanse it. You can cleanse it of any kind of negativity. And I know a lot of people, like I make gree that you can keep in your, specifically for travel, that you can keep in your car for protection. My madrina, like, anytime she's going on any kind of distance or anything, she always dresses her tires with protection oil. And the cascarilla, you could do the cascarilla on your vehicle as well. Just draw it on your tires. Some comments in this live were filtered to protect community experience. That's a first. What can I do to pass my nursing boards next month? Okay, so as long as you actually studied Some people think this shit like Harry Potter. Like, I don't have to study for the test and I can just do witchcraft and fucking pass it. You need to make sure you study so you're pretty confident. And then you can do some kind of success or like a crown of triumph working. I actually had a client who was in nursing school, and I did a lot of work to help her pass her test. And this one test, her last one, she kept failing it. She failed it like 4 times before she contacted me to get the work for it. And I wound up doing light settings for her, and then I made her an oil to wear for the test, and I also made her like a necklace, but not a necklace. I don't know how to describe it. Like a waist chain that she wore under, and she passed her test that day after she got all my shit. But then immediately after she passed her test, she went to the bathroom and the waist chain broke and fell in the toilet. And she fucking flushed it by accident. So, like, it was specifically, I guess, for that thing, and she wasn't going to have it after that fucking day, but it helped her pass her fucking test. Yeah. Shield of armor for vehicle, great. I will need to buy primitiverootsconjure.com. Yep, I make the chicken feet and the coffin nail crosses and the fixed spikes and everything that I said. I make all that stuff except the red brick. You're on your own for that because they're kind of scarce to come by. Actually, I found a street down here. It's this little back fucking street that I don't even know how I ended up on. I took a wrong turn or something. And it's actually a red brick cobblestone street with the old red bricks, and they're working on the street because all the fucking bricks are coming up everywhere. And I keep meaning to go back there and gathering up a bunch of them bricks, and then I could fucking offer those to people. Yeah. Okay, 5 people have died on my property over the last 25 years. Property protection advice. Again, we're going to need to do a lot of cleansing inside and out before the protection, but definitely the 4-corner fixed spikes. Nail down the fucking property. That will stop a lot of that stuff going on. I got baby chicks behind me. They're acting goofy. Study, study, study. Yes, ma'am. You still got to study. Even if you're doing witchcraft for your test, you still need to study. Mundane over magical, always. Your comment. Was that your comment that got flagged? I never even seen TikTok do that before. I bought those books that have sample test questions and answers. Those are really helpful. Okay. You World Archer? I don't know what that means. Do I sell this? I do. I sell a 6-inch fixed candle that you can get and burn yourself, or I offer a 7-day light setting that I work on your behalf. Either or for the success candle. A road opener probably wouldn't be a bad thing either. And make sure you don't have any obstacles for you passing test. You always want to clear the road, clear the path, clear the way before you do a lot of kinds of spell work and stuff. Yeah, road openers are fucking great. Those are actually, the road opener with the success are usually 2 things that always go hand in hand that I recommend to do either simultaneously or do a road opener and then the success. Yeah, road openers are fucking amazing. I make an incredible road opener oil, but it's not very popular because it smells really bad. I don't know why people think like oils are supposed to smell all pretty, like perfume, or like that's not conjure oils. That's not condition. Conjure and condition oils, they got live plants in them that, you know, start smelling bad after a while. They got dirt in them. They got all kinds of stuff in there that's gonna make them not smell all fucking rosy. My road opener one has a little bit of ammonia in it, so it's kind of pungent, but it's really good fucking shit. It fucking works really good. I seen somebody on Witch Talk doing a Q&A live the other night, and she was just telling people all kinds of bullshit, and I was just like, what the fuck? Like, she was talking about red flags or something, and like all the red flags that she said were like bullshit, and I was like, what the fuck? I just can't with this fucking app sometimes. Are both the success candle and road opener on your way? Yes, ma'am. And I have both versions of both. I have the 6-inch fixed candles that I can send to you, and you burn them yourself and work them yourself. But a lot of my clients are in situations where they can't burn candles in their house. And I offer the 7-day road opener and success that I work for you. Yeah. Both of those are up there. The oils are up there too. Everything that I've mentioned is available up there. Yes, ma'am. I like my backwards sign. That was crafty. Oh. All right, we were doing good. Let's keep with the questions. Say y'all have a treasure trove of knowledge sitting in front of you, and I'm giving you my time freely. Take advantage of it. Don't get to do this very often. I can't remember the last time I did a live. It had to be at least 3 months ago. Because I am busy. I am busy. I've been renovating my kitchen all fucking week. Y'all, they found a secret room under my house. I still haven't gone down in it yet. And how the fuck was it not on my home inspection? It's like a whole ass room under my house with a fucking air conditioner and a space heater. And it's like, they said it's insulated with like styrofoam, like a fucking refrigerator or something. Like, I haven't been under there yet, but oh my god. I can't believe there's a whole ass room under my house. And what's really funny is all these years we've seen this odd, weird air conditioner like sticking out under my house over here. Because I don't have a basement. Like, there's nothing, like, it's just my house. And we were like, why the fuck did somebody put an air conditioner, like, under the fascia of the fucking house? There's a fucking room down there. It's fucking crazy. The plumbers found it when they were fucking digging the trench to run the damn drain. Do you sell reverse candles? I don't sell reverse candles, but I do sell uncrossing candles, and yeah. Because when I make reverse candles, they have a tendency of exploding, and they're kind of dangerous. So that isn't something that I've offered on my website, because I could see somebody burning their fucking house down with it. But I do sell uncrossing candles, but not reverse. I do sell a reversing oil, but not the candle. I can't tell you how many explosions I've had with reversals, so I'm afraid if I make those and sell them for people, they're going to explode. And I mean, it's a good thing. It's a good thing when they explode, but that's kind of a liability that concerns me, which is why I haven't put them up in my store. Should I do the candles closer to my exam date or now? I can start. If your exam date is more than a couple months away, I would wait a little bit. I would wait till like maybe a month, 3 weeks before the exam, and then start going to town and working on shit. You could do the road opener though. You could do a road opener now, and then when it gets closer to the exam, you can do the success work. Next month, oh, then you're probably good to go. Yeah, you can probably start working on that now. Most definitely. Oh, I got hair in my mouth. Fuck. Hair in my mouth. Have you ever been doing any work for someone, and it turns more like it was meant for yourself? I don't think so. Because I don't really do work for my clients unless it is prescribed and through divination. Like if someone, now like success, triumph, robe clearing, like that stuff is run of the mill, but I don't really consider that work. I just consider it, I don't know, like a vigil, like a prayer. Technically, I guess it is work, but to me, that's not work. I don't do work for clients without it being prescribed through divination, through their reading. And when it's prescribed like that, it's very specific for the client, specifically for what they need. So I don't think I've ever experienced that I've done work for me that was meant for somebody else. And I have learned a lot of stuff through spirits' prescriptions, like if somebody needs some kind of protection or something and they tell me how to make the thing that this client needs for protection, and I'm like, wow, that's a really good fucking thing, like let me make one of those for myself. Like I had a client a couple months ago that I had to make a protection for them with a turtle shell and all the different things that went in it and the way it was made and everything. I was like, damn, that's bomb. Like, let me fucking make myself one of those. But yeah, not that I've done work for somebody and it wound up being for me. No, I don't think that's ever happened. Yeah, I don't do work for clients. I'll do a light setting. That's pretty much all I offer on the website as far as work is concerned, is light settings. Because to me, that's prayers, that's vigil. Yes, I dress the candles and, I work it like that, but I don't really consider that work. Work is down and fucking dirty. That's work. It's only work because it's my time with the light settings. That's the only my time that I gotta sit with it. We're getting good questions tonight. I'm liking where this is going. I wish we could get some more people in here. Get more questions. The more people I get in here, the more people I can fucking help. If y'all want to share this, invite some people, hit the tappy tap with the hearts, and because I think I read that the more likes the live gets, like the more they put it in the algorithm. I think I read that somewhere. How long have I been in business? I opened my website 2000. It was either 2015 or 2016. But I've been doing witchcraft my whole life. Pretty much since I was like 8 or 9 years old. But the website where I'm like making products for people and like having a business with it, I think that I opened that in 2015 or 2016, I believe. Thoughts on angelica oil? Do you mean like angelica root? Like the herb? Because that's the only angelica I'm aware of. Yeah, so, okay. I mean, you can absolutely steep a root, roots and herbs in an oil and get the essence and the compounds and the acai and like the energy and like just have an angelica oil. I mean, I don't understand. I would just use the plant. I don't know. I would just use the plant rather than, do all that work to make an oil out of it. You could just use the plant. Can we please have some house wars ideas? House ward. I was like, house wars? What are we talking about now? Well, that's a pretty general. I actually did a lot of that right in the beginning of this live, but I guess you weren't here. So we talked about cascaria, we talked about salt, we talked about brick dust, I talked about the fixed spikes for your house. What I didn't talk about, though, was evil eyes. Those are very good to put around. Mirrors. Mirrors are excellent protection, defense for your house. If you put one on each side of your house, like in a window facing out, so like your 4 cardinal directions of your home, just have a mirror and a window on each side facing out, and that will reflect things that are thrown back at you. I mean, simple shit. And that's the shit. That's what I wanted to fucking talk about. Simple shit. Everybody wants to do witchcraft, and they want to do ceremonies, and they want to do rituals, and they want to draw circles, and they want to do all this complicated enchanting, rhyming things, and like all this stuff. You don't gotta do all that shit. Simple fucking shit. The simpler your shit is, the better it's gonna work. Your simple, mundane fucking shit is what's gonna work the best all the time. Better than these rituals, better than ceremonies, better than all this crap that people are trying to do, all this elaborate shit. Simple shit. Simple fucking shit. Y'all want something simple shit for your fucking enemies that works? Never fails. Never fucking fails. Has never failed me. Has never failed my mentors. Has never failed my elders. Never failed. Put a motherfucker in your shoe. That's all you gotta do. You want to get on somebody, you got somebody fucking with you, you got a fucking enemy, you got all. Get a picture of that motherfucker, write their name, their birthday on it, and put them in your fucking shoe. And walk around on them bitches for fucking a week or two. Never fucking fails. Simple shit. You don't need herbs, you don't need oils, you don't need all that shit. Put them in your fucking shoe. Everybody wants sweet honey jars and like all this shit. Put a motherfucker in your sugar bowl. That's all you gotta do. Get their picture, put their name, their birth date on it, and stick them in your fucking sugar bowl. Simple shit. Simple shit. Always gonna work the best. Always. I put the mirror facing outward toward my neighbor's house. We are enemies, and that is a good place for your mirror. Yes, give us all this. I'm telling y'all. What if you have no picture? I mean, pictures aren't that hard to get nowadays. Everybody got a Facebook or an Instagram or like something where you and if they have you blocked, make a fake fucking account and go look at their shit and snag a fucking picture. Like, pictures are not difficult to come by these days. Back in the day, I could see that. Okay, so if you don't have a picture, just write their name and their birthday on a piece of paper. Stick them in your fucking shoe. Put them in your sugar bowl if you want to sweeten them up. Simple shit. And what will happen to them if you put them in your... That kind of depends. That kind of fucking depends. It won't be good. I can just say, I mean, it can range anything from misfortune to bad luck to death. It won't be good. Let me think of some example. Okay, so I had this car salesman that sold me my car, and he lied to me. He lied to me about this car, like big time. He told me it had all these features that it didn't have, and when he couldn't find the features, he's like, oh, well, take it down here to the dealership and they'll find it for you. And I took it down there, and they're like, he's fucking full of shit. It doesn't have all these fucking features. It doesn't do all this shit, and I'd already bought the fucking car. Lied to me. He did all this fucked up shit. I put that motherfucker in my shoe. Within a week. And now you tell me, y'all fucking tell me. Within a week, I got a phone call from the fucking dealership that I bought my car from. They called me to tell me that they fired that motherfucker. What dealership calls their clients and tells them that they fired their salesman from a week ago? That doesn't happen. Dealerships don't fucking do that. But that fucking happened. Then I had the other shit too. Like, I put somebody else in my shoe, and just a lot of bad shit started fucking happening. Like, their house flooded, their roof leaked, I swear to God, this all happened to this motherfucker. Their house flooded, their roof fucking leaked, their furnace blew up, their refrigerator blew up. It was a laundry list of things. And they didn't know I put them in my shoe, and they were like, guess what, all this bullshit that's happened to me in the last year? And I'm like, oh, that's unfortunate. There was other shit too, but that was just shit off the top of my head. And then I had somebody else, I put them in my shoe, and they fucking died. So it depends. It won't be good. How do I want to put this? Okay, so here's an example. Someone on here earlier was talking about reversals, right? So the reason that reversals usually blow up, okay, because what you're doing, same thing with like the mirrors, is you're reflecting back at the person what they're sending to you, which is what a reversal does. It reverses what they sent to you and sends it back to them just the way they sent it. So if somebody sends death at you and you reverse it, there's a very distinct possibility that the person can die. So that can happen. Yeah. Let me scroll back here. Hold on, I'm reading questions, scrolling back. Okay, wave hand a picture. Oh, sweet. Gonna put my shoe follow. Dealerships don't do that. Exactly. And then they gave me some fucking money back because he lied to me. He told me it had navigation, it had Bluetooth capability, like it had all those fucking features that it didn't fucking have. So not only did they call me and tell me they fired this motherfucker, they invited me in and cut me a check for like $800 refund on the fucking car so I could buy a navigation and Bluetooth device to install in the car, since he lied to me and told me it was fucking on there. Dealerships don't fucking do that. Yeah. Okay, I'm reading your questions. Damn, I have no way to see end result. Yeah, it's still worth it, because someday you're gonna find out. You're gonna find out what the fuck. Like the one person I put in my shoe and had all the unfortunate stuff happen, messaged me out of the blue. It was like, hey, how you doing? And I'm like, good. How you been? And they're like, oh, this has happened to me in the last 8 months. I'm like, wow, that sucks. I didn't even talk to that person in a really long time, but usually you'll find out. It might be months down the road or a year down the road or something, but usually it'll come around the grapevine and you'll find out what has happened to your target. Can you go to their headstone and shine a mirror? So you think someone like threw some witchcraft at you and they're dead now? Because I don't... No. You can't go to a headstone and shine a mirror. That's not gonna work. If you think someone put something on you and then they died, unless they were really fucking powerful, there's a good chance that whatever they put on you either died with them or was weakened significantly and shouldn't be very difficult to cleanse and remove. So I want to watch karma on this one. Okay, so let me address karma. Since someone wants to talk about it. Okay, so the westernized, Americanized idea of karma is not what karma is. Karma is not something that happens as payback in this lifetime. Let me just put it this way. Karma does not happen in this lifetime. That's not the way karma works. If you study Hinduism, which is where karma comes from, karma is about atoning for things you did in this life in your next life. So karma never takes effect in this life. So the things that happen, that's not karma. Western people have this strange idea of karma that's not at all what karma actually is. Hey, a tear. I love you thinking how to do things. I have someone to put in my shoe. Can anyone do that? Yes, anyone can do it. Yes, anyone can do it. Just when you're putting them in your shoe, of course you want to speak your intentions, your reasoning, do your whole spiel when you're putting them in your shoe. And if I'm really fucking mad at somebody, man, I'll just be walking around with somebody in my shoe and I'll think about them and how fucking mad I am and just start stomping stomp your fucking feet, smash their faces into the ground. Yes. Anybody can do it. So when you fix iron, I just need to add spiritual alcohol, light them up while consecrating. Yeah. Yes, you need the spiritual colognes or liquor, flammable liquor, high alcohol liquor, to give them the fire bath. You want, if you're using spiritual colognes, you want stuff that's going to be for protection and cleansing, and that kind of stuff is the kind of cologne. So you don't really want to use Florida water. I mean, you can. I would much prefer something like Vencedor, Rompe Sargue. What else do I use on there? Quita Maldicion. That's a great one. Those are the kind. You want to make sure you're using colognes that correspond with the purpose and energy of the iron and the spikes. So you don't just want to be using any old kind of cologne. Now, alcoholic grain is excellent. Some high proof rums like 150, 151 rum or whatever it's called, like that's good. Things with a lower alcohol content don't burn so well. You can't light them very well. So you need to make sure if you're just doing an alcohol fire bath, that it has a high alcohol content. Thoughts on how to use the nasty shit people send to you for your benefit. I'm trying to think if there's something specific, because I mean, a reversal would be okay. If someone is sending, I mean, uncrossing can definitely turn those things around to your benefit. I had a big period of time when I first started my YouTube channel, which was like ages ago, and I had a lot of fucking haters. And what's really funny is the more that people threw at me, and the more they talked shit about me, and the more they did these things, the more blessings I received. So what is important when people are throwing things at you is I don't want to say you don't return the same energy. You keep doing the right thing. You stay true on your path. Do what you know is right, that you know is justified. And if people are fucking throwing shit at you, fucking with you, it's just going to blow back on them, and that will expound blessings for you. I had a long period of time. The more people talk shit about me, the more blessings I got. And it works that way for several people I know. Don't fucking go back and forth with people. No arguing back and forth. No throwing back and forth. No this and that. You stay on your path. Stay in your lane. Do your right thing. All that shit turns into blessings. I'm trying to explain it in a way that people can understand. Yes, they were very weak. Okay, then, I mean, that shouldn't be a problem removing or cleansing away at all, especially if they're dead. I remember you on YouTube. Did you make videos about using kerosene lamps? I do make videos, oil lamps, not kerosene lamps, oil lamps. Yes. I have made several different videos on here and on YouTube on how to do spiritual oil lamps. Silly question, can I put 2 people? Absolutely. I've put 4 people in a shoe before. And you usually want to make sure it's your dominant shoe, your dominant foot. Your dominant foot is the one you're going to want to put them in. So if you're right-handed, you want to put them in your right shoe. If you're left-handed, you want to put them in your left shoe. It's whatever your dominant side of you is the shoe that you want to put them in. Devil worshipping where? Where? How would you use cascarilla on the tires of the car? The same thing as you would on your doors. Just draw crosses, 3 crosses on your tires. I mean, you don't have to do crosses. If you have like a protection sigil that you made and you use that a lot, you could do sigils as well. It doesn't have to be crosses, but 3 crosses always works, and it's simple for everybody. Will this live be uploaded on YouTube? Absolutely. Use it as knowledge. Where's my devil salt? Tires get mint in Monte Carlo as well. I don't understand what you're saying there. What does that mean? Yeah, you can do cascarilla on your tires. You can do oil on your tires. Like I said, my madrina dresses her tires and her car before she goes on long trips. And it's something you could do every month or something. The things about all these kinds of protections too, if they're outside, they need to be refreshed periodically, especially if it's been raining a lot or something. That shit washes off. You gotta redo it periodically. Things need refreshed. I remember your video about graveyard dirt covered a head, walk out backwards and pay. Yes, ma'am. Or sir. Bren. I think you're a man. I can't tell. I can't see your profile pic. Yeah, I'm actually, I'm working on a class on dirts and waters currently, and the graveyard etiquette and collecting graveyard dirt is part of the course. Yeah, believe it or not, a lot of people fuck themselves up that way because they go into graveyards that don't go in properly, they don't leave properly, and they come home with a lot of shit dragging with them. I asked the witch who said we could ask anything how to uncurse my curse, and she blocked me. Well, that wasn't, and I guess she wasn't, shouldn't be doing Q&As. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to ask you is, how do you know you're cursed? Curses are few, far, and rare. Actual, real deal curses. Are you using a metal straw? Yes, I am. I have like 4 of them. I'm using a metal cup too. I love these fucking cups. I've had ice in this cup since like 10 o'clock this morning, and there's still ice in this cup. It's cold as fuck. Love it. If 2 people are doing work on each other, whose work will manifest? Can both people's work manifest? So you're like 2 people are throwing at each other? I mean, yeah, they can both manifest. Yeah. Or I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. Like 2 people like throwing back and forth at each other. Yeah, they can both manifest. Yeah, good or bad work. Yeah, the only thing that doesn't go along with that is so like if you're a client and you have like a root worker doing work for you, and then you go to another root worker and they're doing work for you, and you have like a whole bunch of different people doing work for a client on the same issue, that's a no-no, because most people don't work the same. They work with different spirits or different energies, and they work in different ways. And if you have more than one person working on an issue, the work that the other people are doing can clash with the work that the other one's doing. Their spirits cannot get along. The work that they're doing can be different energies, and they can clash, and it can blow up in your face. So along that lines, if you're, the same thing goes if you're a witch and you have an issue, and you're doing all kinds of different work on this one issue, unless they coalesce and they go together, doing a whole bunch of different shit on one issue is probably going to backfire on you. But if it's just two different people throwing back and forth shit, yeah, it can both manifest on each end. What do you do to get past through someone's protection to get them with a spell? You try different avenues. I would always say do divination on it. You do divination, Spirit's going to tell you what their weakness is, and what they have, what they don't have, what you're going to be able to get around it. If you know what they have for protection, then you know how to dismantle it. That's why I don't understand why people show this shit on videos and stuff like that, because you're just showing people what you have, and if people know what you have, they can get around it, or they can dismantle it. So yeah, do divination. Do divination, and it'll tell you what they have, what they don't have, what their weakness is. Yeah, I was talking earlier about how simple shit always works the best. So Spirit, when you're doing work, whether you know you're working with spirits or not, spirits are carrying out your work, which is one of the reasons why I don't understand why a lot of these so-called witches and workers, they get such a big ego, and they think they're all powerful, and they're big and bad, and I'm stronger than you, and it ain't you. It ain't you. It's your fucking spirits. Your fucking ancestors are carrying that fucking shit out for you. Where was I going with that? Oh, so if you do work, and you're doing it on a person or a target or this and that, Spirit is going to take that work out. Spirit is going to see that work go through, and Spirit will always take the path of least resistance. Always. They will take the weakest way in. So if you're hexing somebody, this is why shit manifests unexpectedly, because spirit works in mysterious ways. You can hex somebody or throw some work at somebody, and all of a sudden they have irritable bowel syndrome, or all of a sudden now they developed thyroid issues or something, because that part of them was the weakest point that spirit could attack. So they were already prone to having an issue like that. Spirit just pushes it and makes it fucking happen. Path of least resistance. Any work will always take the path of least resistance, which is a lot of times work can manifest unexpectedly. It'll manifest, but it might not manifest in the way that you thought in your head it was going to fucking manifest, but goddamn it'll work. Just not the way you thought it was going to work. There's another reason why you got to be very fucking specific when you're doing shit. Very specific. You got to be specific in what you want and what you don't want at the same time. So like if you're doing fucking money work and you're just willy-nilly doing money and prosperity, but you don't put in there how you want that money to come in or what you don't want to happen to get that money, you might end up in a fucking car accident, but then you got a $10,000 fucking settlement. So you got your fucking money, but now you're all fucked up. You got to make sure you're very specific on what you want and what you don't want. Okay. Wouldn't consider it curse, more like witchcraft. It happened ever since I got out of a toxic relationship. Okay, so yes, curses are very few and far between. Actual real deal general. If it's just witchcraft, you clean it up. Everything has a remedy. Anything can be undone. Anything can be cleaned up. Except some land. Some land is just fucking unsalvageable no matter what you fucking do. But if it's just witchcraft shit, it can be cleaned up. Anything can be fixed. Everything has a remedy. What do you do to get past okay, I read that one. But how does one dismantle someone's protection jar? So if they have a jar, and you're going to go a different fucking route. If they have a jar, it's going to be in a specific location. You're going to go through a back door. Simple as that. If you know what protections they have, you know how to get around them. If you know what's in the jar, you can do work counteracting what's in the jar and taking it apart, picking it apart. How about putting in my shoe with no picture, stomping on their fucking demanding what he stole from me? Okay, so someone stole stuff from me, so we got remedies for that. There are many ways to compel a thief to return stolen goods. I'm trying to, because powwow ways are just popping into my fucking head right now. And it's been a minute. It's been a minute since I had to do some shit like that. Hold that thought. 1 second. The best friend of any powwow. Give me 1 second, because I got all this information, but I have a lot. Sometimes I gotta look some shit up. I ain't done it in a long fucking time. Compel a thief. Where are you? The book is called Powwow's Long Lost Friend. There's actually the original, this is a copy, but the original book of Powwows had a what do they call it? A foreword, a prefix, I don't know what it's called, in the front of the book. And every single one of them were blessed that if you carried, any person that carried the book of Long Lost Friends on you could not be hurt or come under any harm while carrying the book, and the law couldn't get him either. Oh, this is going to take forever. There's no table of contents. I think it might be in the back. Well, you kind of got to have faith for powwow to be a good thing, too, for it to work well. There we go. To compel a thief to return stolen goods. Well, I mean, first of all, you could just do a fucking light setting. What I would actually, besides this, what I would, if it was me and somebody stole my shit, if you have a tag lock form, that would be even better. But, I would actually do some prosperity work, and I would put in there that anything that's owed is returned and paid. Okay, so we're going to walk out early in the morning before sunrise to a tree, and you're going to bend it with your left hand towards the rising sun, while you are saying, "Tree, I shall bend and squeeze thee until the thief has returned the stolen goods to the place from which he took them. Then you must take a stone and put it on a bush, and under the bush and the stone you must place a fake skull," which is going to be the skull of the thief. "And you must be careful in case the thief returns the stolen goods. You must unloose the bush and replace the stone from where it came before." Powwows, like I was saying earlier, simple shit always works the best. You can't get any simpler than fucking powwows. And I always am adamant on my channel about broke, poor witchcraft. I don't need these fucking crystals and all these millions of jars and like all this shit that everybody is saying you fucking need. You don't fucking need all that shit. That's why my next class is going to be on dirts and waters, because dirts and waters are freely fucking available to everybody and anybody. And nobody, well, not nobody, but most people don't have any clue of how powerful dirts and waters can be, and how versatile they can be, and how well they fucking work. Okay. If a person dies, does their curse die with them? Are you asking, like someone, like if a witch cursed somebody and the witch dies, does the curse die? Or if a cursed person dies, does the curse die with them? I'm not sure exactly which kind of question you're having. Hey, Heather, haven't seen you in a minute. Yeah, it's been a while. Tell me about protein jar? I don't know nothing about no protein jar. What's the most important thing to watch out for when around someone wishing you harm? You need to make sure that you keep anything that could be used as a tag lock. You need to make sure it stays on your person. So if you're around someone and you know they're wishing you harm, and you know that they might, or you think they might be doing some kind of work or witchcraft on you, make sure you got your hair tied up in a fucking bun where you ain't gonna shed no hair. If you leave anything, a napkin, a cigarette butt, a spoon that you ate off of, a glass that you drank out of, anything that you touched with your signature, like, can be used as a tag lock. So you got to really make sure that you're leaving with everything you came in with. You don't leave anything behind that could be used against you. You're welcome. Can I visit a headstone to reverse a curse to them? So you still think that this person that died cursed you? You gotta say, how do you know it's a curse? Because curses are pretty fucking rare. If it's just witchcraft, you just need to remove it. Just remove it, cleanse it away. Curses are rare, honey. Curses are rare. Real fucking curses are rare. Witchcraft, that's run of the fucking mill. Curses are few and far between. So if a person you're doing work on is very stubborn person, will that make the work hard? Yes. You actually need to know that about your target, which is again where divination comes in. Because some people have a personality where, you know how everybody says like fight or flight? Some people fight. And the more you try and push a person, the more resistance they're going to give and the more they're going to fight it. So when I have a target like that I need to do some work on, I go a different route. I go a different route with, instead of pushing them and commanding and domineering and dominant. Dominant personality people. These targets can be difficult because you need to work around that. So you need to go a different route. So when I have a dominant personality target, I will do something like sweetening. I will do head work on them. I will make sure that whatever work I do, that they are going to be blind to the work. So they're not going to know where it came from. They're not going to know what's happening. They're not going to see it. You got to know about your targets. Which again, divination can help tremendously in knowing what type of personality it has. I had a client, and she had an ex, and they were doing like a custody thing, and he was a fucking asshole, and this and that, but he was a very dominant personality kind of person. So she sent me his hair and some tag locks and stuff. So what I wound up doing was a sweetening head working, and it worked so well that I scared my client because he started being so kind and nice and sweet to her, like completely out of her personality. Like she was like, oh my God, like I'm so scared. Because it wasn't him at all. Like he had never been that way. But that's the way we had to get around the dominant personality thing, and it kind of freaked her out a little bit, but it fucking worked. Yeah, stubborn targets can be a bitch to work around. Would it depend on how the curse was crafted? I mean, you keep using the word curse, and I'm not saying that it can't be a curse. I mean, anything's possible. It can be a curse, and curses do happen. They're just really, really rare. Like, really rare for somebody to have skill, to like that kind of skill, to be able to curse someone. A hex, some witchcraft, trabajo, brujeria. That's not a curse. A curse is a completely different animal. You need to figure out if it's just witchcraft or if it's a curse, because, like I'm saying, that is a different animal. Does the curse they threw at me go away after they die? So again, that would depend. If it's a curse, you really need to do divination. You need to figure out if it's a curse or if you just got some caca witchcraft on you. Which probably like 90% chance out of 100, it's just witchcraft. Like, it's not a curse. I've been doing this, like I said, since I was 8 years old, almost 40 years. And I've come across a curse in 40 years maybe 3 times. Maybe 3 times in 40 years. Like, an actual curse. Witchcraft, hexes, trabajo, brujeria, that stuff's common run-of-the-mill shit, and it's not a curse. A curse is a separate animal. But that's what I'm saying, is they're really rare. It's like, in almost 40 years, maybe 3. Maybe 3. 16 years plus attacks my entire family on Twitter to this day. Child is adult. So it's just like talking shit on Twitter? I'm sorry, I don't understand. Tell me about a protection jar. A protection jar... I mean, there's many ways to do it. You can do it with sand. That's one of my favorite ones, is a sand trap. I don't even have a protection jar. The closest thing I have to a protection jar would be a sand trap. There's, in my opinion, in my practice, there's way better things for protection other than a jar. Now, the one instance where a jar would make a really good protection is if you have a person or a small group of people that are throwing witchcraft at you. That's where a jar would come in handy. And that's probably the only instance. Other than that instance, there are much better ways and better things for protection other than a jar. So the things that people don't understand about jars and doing work in jars. I see people doing money work in jars and these honey jars and all this crap that they're doing with jars. So common sense, what is a jar? What does a jar do? What is its purpose? A jar is a container, right? It contains things. It traps them in there and holds it tight and solid. So why would you want that for protection unless you have a very specific target that you can put in that jar to be protected from? For general protection, jars are not what you want. For money, jars are not what you want. For love and sweetening, unless you're trying to maintain a long-standing relationship, a jar is not what you want. Jars are for containing things and enclosing them and holding them in a particular state for a long period of time. Not good for all this other stuff. They threw it at you 20 years. Honey, you just need a cleansing. Have you done any kind of like spiritual baths and cleansed yourself? Or have you cleansed your home? Like, really, like, if it's just witchcraft, it can most likely be removed with some cleansing. Like most run-of-the-mill witchcraft is not difficult to remove. This person attacked my dad when dying of cancer on Twitter. That's not nice. But you're saying it's just like verbal attacks? Like that's not, I don't know if that, I mean, that's not really witchcraft. She had abusive boyfriend back in the day and said she'd blame physical marks on us if reported. What's head work? Head work is when you work on someone's mind. I call that head work, and usually it's done with like a skull candle. And what's great about skull candles is with skull candles you can work different aspects of that person's head. So if you want someone to, let's say someone's gossiping about you or talking shit behind your back or this and that, you can work on the mouth of the skull to seal it up and stop them from talking shit. If you want to blind the person, you can work on the eyes. If you don't want them hearing shit, you can close the ears up. Head work is literally working on someone's head, working on their conscious, on their frame of mind, and that's usually done with a skull candle is the best way to do it. You are fascinating. Thank you, my friend, for sharing. You're what? That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm giving you my time. I keep telling y'all I'm a treasure trove of knowledge. But usually I don't get enough people in here, enough questions to fucking put that to fucking prove to Thank you so much for your kind. You're welcome. That's what I'm giving. I'm giving you freely. How can I protect myself from her incessant torment? Okay, so if someone's just talking shit about you, like on social media, again, tap a boca, do some shut the fuck up kind of shit. So that would be an instance where a jar would be really good. Yeah, if you want to do a tap a boca or shut the fuck up, jar would be the way to go with that, because you can seal them in the jar and keep that kind of trapped in there and contained and not blah 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 all over the fucking place. Some people might say freezer, but I mean freezers are okay. They're good. They work. It works for certain things. What people don't seem to understand about freezer work is it's temporary. If you want a long-term solution to a problem person, a jar would be a better way to go than the freezer. I mean, the freezer can work for, a period of time, but it's going to stop working. It's going to wear off. It's not a long-term fix. She was a healer. She with her hands threw it at me with words. Okay, you're the one that thinks you're cursed. You still need to figure out if it's an actual curse. Because, that's old school shit. That's old school shit. Throwing shit at somebody you walking down the fucking street and you make eye contact with someone and they spit at your fucking feet. Oh, you just been fucking hexed. Especially if they start walking backwards after they do it. You just been hexed the fuck up. Like, that's one with the evil eye. That's old school shit right there. But curse. Again, I think this could probably. I can't say 100% certain because I haven't personally done divination on it. But in my experience, most witchcraft things like that can be removed pretty simply with some cleansings and stuff. Sometimes, if it's a little more in-depth, you need to do specialized cleanings, which I won't even go into on a fucking live. But, start small, start simple. Start with spiritual baths. And I make uncrossing herb blends and stuff that you can get, and you brew it at home, and you put it in your bath, and you wash yourself with it, and it will remove a lot of shit from you. I make floor washes to cleanse your home with. I would start small and start simple. Start with cleansings and do them regularly for, I don't know, a couple weeks or something, and see if you start seeing improvement in the situation. If you're not seeing improvements, then it's time to maybe go a little bit bigger with it. But start, because most of this stuff is easily removed, pretty easily. Again, what's head work? I answered. I'm way behind in the chat because I'm, answering everyone's questions. I explained what the head work was. Okay, chase me down fast lane of highway for 12 miles. That's not nice. Must be far. The lag is wow. Is it lagging? Okay, so you don't answer questions. I am answering questions. Patience. Patience is a virtue, y'all. I've thought I've been cursed for 20 years. Again, curses are few and far between. I spoke intentions into a sage stick and gave it to my crash. Well, he burnt the hell out of it. I think you meant crush. I don't know. So, like, you spoke like love intentions to a sage stick and gave it to your crush? I can't say that I would think that would work very well. Now he's head over heels. Can I back that? Oh, okay. So it did work well. Oh, you people in your love work, you open the floodgates and then you're like, oh no, it's too much. Now they're obsessing over me and stalking me. Oh, people are never going to learn with that love work, man. Can you back it off? So you burnt... Okay, so you gave sage with intention and he burned it. And now it's like obsession. I mean, other than mundane, back him the fuck off. Like, tell him, use your big words in communication. Reverse what you did. So if you gave him a smudge stick with intention and he burned it, reverse that and do one yourself to back him off. I'm actually surprised that worked that well. Can you show the necklace black beads, please? This isn't, that's not black beads. These are ghost beads is what they are, which are actually seeds from juniper berries. They're called ghost beads. This was made for me by a Navajo elder. I believe they were Navajo. I hope. Dene. That's what it was. Dene. I think that's how you say their tribe. I'm sorry if I'm butchering that. But that's what this is. This is ghost beads, and it was made for me by a tribal elder of the Dene tribe. Sorry if I'm not saying that correctly. How does this work on Christians and Catholics? Does it work on them? Anything can work on them. Yeah. Actually, a lot of times they're the most susceptible, unless, if they're Christian, yeah, they're usually really susceptible. Catholics, a little bit harder because they don't understand that what they are actually doing is witchcraft. So there's actually Catholic witches as well, because they do realize what they're doing is witchcraft. It depends how aware they are and how devout and how many vigils and how much they're praying. Prayer goes a long fucking way in any aspect, believe me. But yeah, definitely 9 times out of 10, they're more susceptible than other people, but Catholics can be a little tricky because they actually do witchcraft and they don't even know that they're doing witchcraft. What is most important thing to watch for when you think someone wishes you harm? I already answered that question. I've never seen you live before. Well, I haven't done one in a very long time. Good job, you've gone live for 90 minutes. Don't forget to take a break. Gee, thanks, TikTok. You from Nashville, Tennessee? No, I am from the Appalachian Mountains in Pennsylvania, but I currently reside in Mississippi. I bought a house down here in 2019. You've learned. Well, that's what I'm here for. Awesome. What does bewitched mean? Bewitched means you were witched. You were witched up. You were hexed. You were caca thrown at area. It worked really well. Like you said, he's become obsessed. Let's see, well, sharing with gifts ain't a bad thing. Shit, take the gifts. But you just gotta watch that shit, because that obsession can turn into stalking, which can turn into violence and abuse. You all need to watch that love shit. Y'all play around with that love shit, and then you don't know how to fucking get it going, and it turns violent, and it turns obsessive and stalky and you know, creepy and Well, I think I'm at the end of the chat. Look, I am all caught up. Damn. My mouth's fucking dry. You know what? I still made my cue backwards. I just noticed that. It's hair. Sometimes I wish I wouldn't have taken my dreads out, but then other times I'm really fucking happy I did it. Okay, I'm all caught up. You guys have had excellent questions this evening. Really good. This is a really good chat going on, a really good live. I like it a lot. You guys are asking good shit. So, Catholic witchcraft, powerful or weak? Should I learn it? If you're a Catholic, fucking go for it. Yes, it can be very powerful, which is what I was earlier with the powwows and stuff. Pennsylvania Dutch powwow is extremely faith-based, extremely Bible-based. We actually use the books of Moses a lot. Psalms, incredible amount. Spiritismo is another practice that's Christian Catholicism based. It is extremely powerful. But then you just got Catholic witches. I mean, you got the saints. Shit. You got all the saints, like, in the world to work with. Yes, it can be very, very fucking powerful. You got the angels, you got the archangels, you got the saints, you got all that shit to work with. Yes, it can be very powerful. I'm actually was baptized Catholic. I never went through the whole confirmation thing, and actually the only reason I was baptized Catholic is because my Nana is pure fucking Italian from, you know, Rome, and she loves the Pope to death, and she's pure Catholic, and she threw a fit until my family baptized me Catholic. So technically I was baptized Catholic, but yes, I work with saints. I work with all kinds of fucking things. Yes, it can be extremely, extremely powerful. What spell has been the most successful for? I mean, in what way? I actually don't think I've ever done anything that didn't really work. Usually when I do something, I see results. Like, and I'm not like bragging or being egotistical. It's just just the way it is. I actually can't really think of a time where I tried to manifest something or do something and it didn't work. I can't even think of a time that happened. It's like, no, when I do stuff, but I elevate my spirits all the time. I work with my ancestors daily. I work with my Bobada. I have other spirits and things that I'm constantly working with and elevating and everything. So, yeah, and the way I do work is like it has to be. I always make sure things are justified. If shit's justified, then it's gonna fucking work. I haven't really had anything fail for me. What's a white witch? I don't know. Why people? I don't know. People want to put colors on magic, and I don't think there's a such thing as white witchcraft, black witchcraft, green witchcraft, brown witch, blue witch. I don't know. It's just fucking witchcraft. I can tell you a lot of people why people think black magic is black, witchcraft is bad, because that all stems from fucking systemic racism. And white witchcraft is good because it's systemic racism. Don't put colors on your craft. It's just a craft. There's no colors in it. I mean, there are colors for correspondences of energies of things that you're doing, but as far as the actual craft, there's no black, there's no white, it's just work. You're good without God? Well, good for you. You still got ancestors and spirits. Like, what spell made you go, wow, oh my God? Off the top of my head, I did some money work one time because I needed a new cell phone, and the new phone I needed that I wanted was like $600 or something, and I didn't have it. So I did some money work to bring, and it was the first, so this was the thing, it was the first time I tried to do work for a specific amount of money. Because usually when I do money work, it's just general, like just bring me some fucking money. But this time I needed a specific amount of money. So I tried to do the work for a specific amount of money. And it was like $600 and some change. And when it manifested as $6,000 and some change instead of $600. And it literally came out of nowhere. Like, it was literally like I woke up one day and it was in my bank account. I to this day, I have no idea where that money came from, but it was there. It just poof, it was there. And I'm big on saying this ain't Harry Potter and you can't wave a wand and poof things into, but that actually poofed. It actually just appeared in my fucking bank account. That one made me go, wow. That's just one off the top of my head. A beautiful queen, Jesus Christ loves you, so don't sleep with your window open. I always sleep with my windows open if it's not 100 fucking degrees. You mean don't sleep with your window open? That's horrible. You need some fresh air while you're sleeping. Don't mean to offend. No, nobody is offending here. Nobody is offending. Someone told someone they were a powerful white witch. Why I asked, not related to race, but it is related to race. That's the thing. When you hear people use these color terms, white witchcraft, black witchcraft, it all stems from systemic racism. Black is bad and white is good. Don't do that box. Like, it's just witchcraft. If someone is saying they're a white witch, then I mean they're partaking in white supremacy and they don't fucking know it. I mean, with white people, a lot of that shit, it runs in there, and you don't even realize what it's based off of, that it actually is systemic racism where it fucking comes from. Like, when people tell me they're Wiccan, I'm like, oh, congratulations, colonized witchcraft, you're great. You gotta deconstruct that shit. Anyway, white witches and black witches is not a thing. It's not a thing. Culture made it a thing in America, because if you go to other continents and other countries, they don't have that. They don't have black and white witches and witchcraft, and they don't do that. It's an Americanized racism thing, even if they don't know it. Thank you, Jesus! Cinnamon Toast Christ! Awesome, that's really cool. If someone's referring to themselves as a white witch, what they had been taught by society is that white witches are good. That's what they've been taught. They've been taught love and light, live, laugh, love, do no harm. That's what they think being a white witch is, or white witchcraft is, but that's not a thing. It's not a thing. Although I know I am a daughter of the Most High, I have been told I come from a long line of witches. Awesome. Also, a lot of Catholics, they're doing witchcraft and they don't know it. They don't know it. Have you ever... go to a Catholic fucking mass once. I told y'all I was baptized Catholic because of my Nana. I never stepped foot in a Catholic church in my life. From the time I was baptized, I was a baby. And one Easter, I had a friend who's a Catholic Christian witch, and she was indulging this to me about how all these things are witchcraft and what goes on and she was like, Easter. She said, this is a perfect time. She said, go to Easter Mass at your nearest Catholic church. And I was like, okay, let's fucking do this. I need some holy water anyway. So I went to an Easter Mass, and it was literally all witchcraft. Like, the call and response, the up and down, the lighting the vigils, the holy water, the eating the body and the juice and the stuff. It's all witchcraft. It's all fucking witchcraft. The Bible is a massive fucking spell book. It's all witchcraft, and they don't even understand it, which is why they can be fucking strong, and they don't even know what the fuck they're doing. Because they're really doing fucking witchcraft. Easter is a mockery. I don't know what that means. Easter is based off of some... y'all know Christianity, some worship? Come on. Y'all know this. Have you ever worked with Fortuna? I have not. Does it have a spell for cleaning your teeth? Yeah, it's called a toothbrush, honey. Toothbrush. I have teeth. They're in there on the fucking sink. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, and I don't give a flying fuck what y'all fucking think of my teeth. That's not what I'm here for. And if that's what you're focused on, then this ain't your space, honey. This ain't your space. I don't know about all-powerful and mighty, one of many gods. That's what y'all understand. Y'all's God is just one God of many, 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 many gods. And dare say he's not even the most powerful one. He's actually one of the baby gods. I'm beautiful. Wow, thank you. You know what? I'm going to say I am always real. I have been on this shit for a long time. Y'all go back, look at my YouTube many moons ago. Real deal. I am never fake. You're not going to see me come on here with a bunch of fucking makeup and trying to look pretty for you. That's not what I'm here for. It's not what I'm here for. I am not here for your gaze. I am here to help people. He is the God, the baby God of many gods. Who is the most powerful God? All gods are powerful. They're all powerful. Many serve different purposes, so it actually depends on what you want, on which God you're going to go to, which is going to be the best one for what you're looking for. There's many gods. There's gods of iron. There's many gods of water, gods of oceans, gods of rivers, gods of forests, gods of mountains. There's so many gods. There are so many gods. Do you have a favorite deity that you... I work with many. My favorite to work with absolutely is my ancestors. I'm not going to say they're deities, but my ancestors work better than any deity. Ancestors first. Do you ever work with Satan or Lucid? No, I have not. Nope. I have so many things at my disposal. Did I talk about that? Lucifer is just Venus, morning star. How do you do a self-cleansing? There are many ways to cleanse. You can do spiritual baths. You can cleanse yourself. You can cleanse yourself with knives. You can cleanse yourself with meat. You can cleanse yourself with fresh bundles of herbs. There are many, many, many ways to cleanse yourself. Why are the ancestors? Ancestors are always first. Oh, God, don't even give me this. Ancestors are always first. You need to go take my class on ancestors. Ancestors are the most important because ancestors are your foundation. They are what you are built on. They are the shoulders that you stand on, and they lift you up. If they're not elevated, you ain't gonna do shit. Ancestors are most important. They can make all your dreams come true, or they can fuck your shit up when they are unhappy. Ancestors are the most important because they are you. You are them, they are you. They are your blood, your DNA. You wouldn't be here without them. You wouldn't exist. If one link in that chain was broken, you wouldn't be here. Ancestors are the most important above all else. Ancestors first, number one, always. Pazuzu and Zozo, as far as I know, those are from movies. Pazuzu is from like Exorcist, and Zozo was like some Ouija board movie thing. I've never heard of those spirits in real life. Oh, that's you gonna be like my ancestors. You don't even know your ancestors. Bet you don't know your ancestors. Wait a minute, my sleep mode turned on out of nowhere. Okay. Hi, Guerrera. My instincts told me to give offerings to my ancestors when I never heard of it. Then that wasn't instincts. That was them. That was them. Do you do seances? No. One of the traditions I practice is Spiritismo, and we do something called misas. And a misa is similar to a seance, but it's also very different. But that's probably the closest thing to a seance that we do is misas. You hope well, thank you. I hope you are well as well. This is a great live. The last couple lives I did were shitty. Like, I had nobody on here, and they were asking stupid questions. Can you cure schizophrenia? So that's one thing. A lot of spiritual workers, they want to blur the line between, I mean, and you can blur the line a little bit. Can you do work to help someone with schizophrenia? Absolutely. And it can be effective. Can you cure it? No, you cannot. And people need to walk that fine line between medical and metaphysical. Yes, you can do work on medical issues, but curing schizophrenia is not going to happen. And believe it or not, in a lot of cultures, people who have things like schizophrenia and they're autistic and all these things that we call mental illness, a lot of cultures believe that those people are very spiritual, that they're very connected to spirit, and that's why they can hear and see things that other people can't see. A lot of cultures think it's crazy that in America we put people like that, we lock them away in asylums and stuff, because they just think that those are very spiritual people. You can't cure schizophrenia. You can manage it with medicine, and you can do work to help it, but you're not going to cure it. It's like people that claim they can cure cancer and cure cancer and cure AIDS and with witchcraft. No, it's not happening. It's not happening with witchcraft. It's not. That's some Harry Potter shit. Hold on, I'm scrolling back. A lot of chat just went through here. Thank you for the gifts. How do I bring power to myself? Through your ancestors. Through your ancestors. That is where your power lies. That is where you're going to step into your power. And when you start working with your ancestors, everybody wants to do, like someone was talking earlier with this white witchcraft, that's black witchcraft, and they want to do all these things that aren't of their people. Whatever your ancestors practice, and I promise you, you have ancestors that practice some kind of folk magic or folk medicine or something along these lines. You have ancestors somewhere back there that practice these things where they come from in their home country. Whatever your ancestors did, that's going to be your most powerful thing. So like for me, I practice several traditions. I'm initiated in some ATR traditions, but my powwow, the stuff my people did, my Germanic folk magic, that is my shit. That is my shit. That is my people's shit. That is my shit that's never going to fail me. If you come from like the other side of my family, I told you it's Catholic. They come from Italy, so you got Stregas and Romani, that kind of stuff in that lineage of my ancestors. That stuff works really good for me too, because that's my people. That's my shit. Y'all need to figure out where your ancestors come from, what they did, what they practiced, and do that. And work with them, and I promise you that is how you are going to step into your own power. Stop trying to do what everybody else is doing or making up with this new age stuff and this Wicca stuff. I mean, I do have something against Wicca, but Wicca went around to like the 50s, the late 50s, early 60s is when Wicca was invented. That's not what your ancestors did. Your ancestors came from somewhere else and they did some other shit. That's the shit you need to do. That is going to be how you step into your power. Thank you, Mary Jane, for the gifts. Why do you say there is no white? I mean, if you're white, I guess you could say you're a white witch. But other than that, in terms of witchcraft, I don't personally think there's a white witchcraft or a black witchcraft or a green witchcraft or a red witchcraft or blue witchcraft or purple witchcraft. It's just fucking witchcraft. It's just witchcraft. Like I said earlier, the white and the black and the this comes from systemic racism. That's why white is good and black is bad. Do a little research on it. Thank you, Guerrera G, for the roses. And Mary Jane, thank you, more roses. I heard a psychiatrist say it was demonic possession. So, I mean, I don't think it's demonic possession. Now, could they have some kind of spirit on them, or spirit riding through them, a spirit talking through them, or hearing spirits? Yes, but that doesn't mean it's a demon. It absolutely does not mean it's a demon. They are very intelligent. They just pull low vibrational spirits to them. Those that are mentally, I wouldn't even say that. Can they? I mean, but anybody can pull low vibration spirits to them. I get them just from going to goddamn Walmart. They follow me the fuck home because I'm like a goddamn lighthouse to these motherfuckers. Believe me, I have so many protections on my fucking door. So anything that's with me when I walk through it is going to be left the fuck outside. Every once in a while, one of them sneaky motherfuckers gets the fuck in here, and then I got to do something different. But anybody is susceptible to being attached on by a low-level spirit. Doesn't mean it's a demon. Doesn't mean it's a demon. We need to have a distinction between negative, malicious spirits and demons. They're different things. So demons have never been human. These are spirits that are like elementals. They've never existed as humans. That's a demon. Where you have all kinds of evil, yucky, nasty, malicious, caca spirits out here that are just bad people. Just bad, nasty people, dead people spirits walking around. Doesn't mean they're demons. They're different. You can cure anything you set your mind on. I mean, have fun with that. I hope you don't get cancer one day. Do you think they are spirits? Thank you so much for speaking on schizophrenia. I mean, I have no personal, I just know what I have learned from people of other cultures and the way they believe. And, according to the vast majority of the world, America are the weird ones. Like, we're the weird ones for locking those people away in asylums and stuff and not putting them to use in a spiritual sense in the community. We're the weird ones over here. I mean, sometimes I hear spirits. I see shit sometimes. They play movies for me, like give me pictures and images. And I mean, that's just part of like, intuitive. And I'm not going to say I'm psychic because I'm not psychic, but I do receive messages sometimes from spirit. I don't consider myself schizophrenic, but somebody else might. If I went to a doctor and I'm like, hey, I hear voices talking to me and I see things out of the corner of my eyes and this and that, they probably think I'm crazy. They probably think I'm schizophrenic. They probably think all these things because America's fucked up. That's not what I am, but some people might think that. I wish I knew what they practice. To start learning about your ancestors. Genealogy, start on Ancestry.com. Get a DNA test. Start learning about your people and start with the people in your family who are old, your elders in your family. Go to them and start asking them questions. Ask them about their parents, their grandparents, where y'all come from, and you know what I mean? Start. You gotta start somewhere. That's where you start. Witchcraft is pretty neat. I practiced for a while. haven't done it in forever. Not a lot of people do that. They meddle and play with it, and then they just sometimes figure out it's not for them. Kind of alone with family. I think a lot of us are like that. But I'm sure you still have some elders you can talk to or somewhere. And if you don't have elders you can talk to, then start with your genealogy. What does Saturn represent in the occult, and how can it be used in magic? Oh, Saturn. Oh my God, I could write a book on fucking Saturn. Saturn is the lawbringer. Saturn is the black square. Saturn. There's a lot. Saturn is a big one. Look up, Google the Saturnalian Brotherhood or the Brotherhood of Saturn. That's a good place to start. A lot of people think that Saturn is what governs this reality that we're in. A lot of people believe that, and they have good cases for it. Saturn's a big one. It's look up the black square of Saturn. Look up the Saturnalian Brotherhood or the Brotherhood of Saturn. Look up Mecca. Look up why when people graduate from college or high school, they wear the black square mitre on their head. Saturn's a big one. I can't get into Saturn all live because it's just a lot. But I gave you some things that you can start looking into yourself. It's a lot. It's a lot. Saturn is the black god. Why do you think judges wear black robes? When you graduate, you wear a black robe. Supposedly, these cults and these things, they all wear black robes, right? Saturn. I gave you some clues. Look into that shit. My ancestors practiced healing and brujeria. They were from Mexico. Well, there you go. That's your shit. You need to start looking at brujeria. You need to look at espiritismo. You need to look at... No, not that. You need to look at espiritismo. And basic brujeria. If your ancestors are from Mexico and Mexican are practicing brujeria, I can almost guarantee you they're going to be working with saints and Catholic things. Can almost fucking guarantee it. Start looking into that shit. That's going to be your shit. I have Irish ancestry, and I've been looking into Celtic history. Exactly. The things that when we start going back to the past, a lot of what is reconstructing, right? So like from Celtic and Druidic and things from that period, not a lot of records were existing. There are some few. There's like runes and there's some stuff that's still existing, but a lot of people, I would just be careful. Just be careful on what you're consuming and retaining from things that you're learning about traditions that are dead. Because a lot of, and that stuff's kind of dead. It wasn't really passed on. There's no living priesthood. There's not really a lot of books or writings or texts from, the actual practice and everything. So we consider that a dead tradition or a dead religion, which now is being reconstructed in a new age kind of way. You just got to be picky and choosy and be really careful on what you're consuming and what you're retaining, because some of that stuff is inaccurate. You just got to use your common sense and have a filter and run all your information through a filter when it comes to stuff like that. Saturn is that, but it has lots to use as well. Yeah, Saturn's a big one. Saturn's a big one. Like, you could write a book. I'm sure there are books, but I could talk for a week on Saturn. If invited, would you participate in Ouija? No, I would not. I don't use Ouija boards. I just pick up bad vibes from people, and that's all. So I mean, that's an intuition, intuitive. You get that gut feeling, and you gotta listen to that shit. Always listen to that shit. Don't blow it off. Listen to that shit. And rebuke and bind those spirits. And what spirits? What spirits? What are your views on shadow people? So shadow people are interesting. I've had lots of experience with shadow people, and I know that there are stories and there's little TV things and movies and things about shadow people, and some people have had very negative experiences with them. I haven't personally. I had an apartment that I lived in Pennsylvania, and I had a hat man. I don't know if you ever heard of the hat man. He's a shadow person. He has like a hat. He has a hat on. But that was not my first, but one of my first encounters with shadow people was a hat man, and he just lived in my hallway in my apartment in Pennsylvania, and he didn't do anything. He was just like in the hallway. He was always in the hallway, and he would come to like a doorway, like he would stand in a doorway and he would look in rooms, but he would never enter a room. He would just be in the fucking hallway all the time. He never did anything. He was just there. So I haven't really had any bad experiences with shadow people like I've heard stories about, and other people talk about these things, but to me, I always just figured like he's a watcher. Like he was always there. He would be watching in the doorways, but he wouldn't leave the hallway. He was just always looking at stuff and watching. So I just always considered him like a watcher. Like he just stood around and watched all the time. I don't know. He didn't ever do anything. He was just always there. Now I think shadow people sometimes get confused with other things, because I know. I've heard stories about like sleep paralysis, and that people have a lot of experiences with shadow people during sleep paralysis. Now, I personally have only ever had one episode of sleep paralysis, and it was actually an attack. It was an attack, and I did have a shadowy thing, but it wasn't a shadow person. What I had sent to me, and so people you gotta expand your mind, and you gotta realize that nothing is out of the realm of possibility. Keep it in your head that anything is possible. Anything is possible. And then you won't be so surprised all the time. So what I experienced in a sleep paralysis with a shadow thing, I called it, believe it or not, I called it a dementor, because that's the thing that I have seen that I could most correlate this entity to. Was one of the dementors from Harry Potter. And I know that's fucking cliche, but it literally did what the dementors, it was trying to kill me. It was like sucking me out of my body, and it would drop me back in, it would suck me back out, and it was sent by someone to kill me. But it wasn't a dementor like they show in the movie. This thing that I experienced actually changed forms. It was very fluid. It was like a giant shadow blackness thing, and it was very fluid. And it like, I don't know, like a jellyfish or something. Like it changed shapes. It would change forms, and it was like morphing into all these different things like constantly. It was, maybe some people would think that was a shadow person because it was shadow-esque, but that wasn't a shadow person. So maybe that the things and those things do exist, and I have dealt with other clients who have run into these beings that I call dementors, and when they describe them to me, I know that they've actually encountered these things, and this is what they're dealing with, because not very many people have encountered these specific types of beings. Where was I going with that? So that wouldn't be a shadow person to me, but maybe some people who don't have experience with other types of things just think it's a shadow person. because it's shadow-esque, but yeah, I've never had a bad experience with a shadow person or a hat man or anything like that. I just think they watch. Personally, from my experience, and other people might have different experiences. I can only speak from what I've experienced. I just think they watch. I just think they watch goings-ons and stuff. Very weird here. I think demons told me the future years ago. I mean, premonition is definitely a thing. My mom died in 2006. Grandparents are gone, so I kind of been looking things up on my own. Yeah, I mean, some people don't have, elders and, older people alive in their lineage and their family. So, like I said, genealogy, start with ancestry, maybe do a DNA test, and start tracing back your roots and where you're coming from. And it's wonderfully rewarding. It's very, very rewarding work. I have researched that, and I have read Saturn Rising and the Cult of the Black Cube. Well, there you go. That's some good, yeah. So you know what I'm talking about. Saturn can take like a whole week to talk about. There's an app. What's your name? Guerrera. There's an app called Find a Grave. So if you start digging into your ancestries and where your people are and where they're at, where they're from, and what, you can start typing those in and like general locations of maybe where they're at, and you can find the graves of your ancestors with that app. I have found so many of my ancestors' graves. But yeah, that's a really cool thing to have when you start looking into your genealogy. So Ancestry told me my family was from Nigeria, but they don't like witches there. So no, in Nigeria they're going to practice Ifa. So I mean, people don't say, Babalawos and Ifa are witches, but I mean, I'll give you a clue. Saturn is the crone mother. Saturn rules the death current, and they're dropping the knowledge on Saturn there. I see them many times. Do you do tarot? Not really. I have one spirit in particular that loves tarot cards. So I do use tarot cards with her. But I don't read them for clients. I generally don't read them for myself unless she throws them at me or something, which has happened. I'm not a card jockey unless it's playing cards. I read some playing cards. Tarot's never been, it's never been my thing. It works for some people really well, I guess, but it's just not my thing. I do use them with one spirit, but not really. I heard shadow people are just people in a black order. What can you teach us about aliens? Oh, Lord have mercy. Don't get me started on aliens now, dear Lord. Don't get me started on aliens. I've had a lot of experience with aliens, too. Get me started on aliens. We're talking about witchcraft. Christians love to demonize people. I mean, they do. That's the truth. Ain't no lie there. Do ancestors drop dimes for us? You mean they drop coins for you? I mean, I'm not going to say they can't. They can't. It's really funny you say dimes because that's what my ancestors prefer. Anytime I get a dime, I have to give it to them. They have a huge plate on their table. It's just filled with dimes for all these fucking years. I mean, yeah, but they say pennies from heaven. They say, yeah, they can drop coins for you, but unless it has a significant, very specific meaning for you, I don't know why they would. Unless it was something specific and meaningful, like maybe your grandma taught you or told you about or did or something like that. It might be a message for you from ancestors, but other than that, unless it's something specific and meaningful for you personally, then I don't know why they would drop some change for you. 2% from Egypt. My name is Maria. Thank you for the advice and the info. You're welcome. Hopefully I'm helping y'all here. Just got the number 3 gifter back. Oh, thank you, Patricia, for the rose. My dad passed and he never visited me in my dreams or in any way. I'd love your thoughts. So some ancestors don't communicate after they pass. My grandmother raised me, my grandmother and my grandfather, and I've never really had any communication from her other than I smell her perfume once in a while, or I smell lilacs, which are her favorite flower, and when I smell those things, I know she's near, but she's never really communicated with me. Some do, some don't. Now, if you elevate your ancestors, which I highly doubt that you're doing, but if you elevate your ancestors consistently and ask for communication from that ancestor, then they might be able to come through. But a lot of times with recent relatives that pass, so people that you knew in this life, so your mom, your dad, your grandma, your grandpa, maybe even your great-grandma, grandpa, people that you knew that were alive while you were alive and you knew them, those usually, not all the time, usually are fairly weak ancestors because they haven't been dead very long. Your most powerful ancestors almost all the time are going to be the ones many generations removed that you never knew in life, and you probably don't even know who they are, their names, or that they exist, but they're going to be the ones who are usually, most times out of 10, going to be your most powerful and strongest ancestors because they've been dead longer than the other ones. Now, some ancestors work differently. Ancestors work differently from other. Everybody's personal with their ancestors. Now, my people, I have my main ancestor. I know who he is because he told me his fucking name. He kind of speaks for everybody. Like, if an ancestor, has a message or has something to say, they speak through him, and he relays the message. And he's pretty much the only ancestor I really talk one-on-one with. Now, other ones can communicate in other ways, but as far as getting, hearing them, seeing them, speaking to them, not so much. I pretty much, have the main ancestor. He's like the mediator between everybody, and he speaks for everybody. That's just mine personally. Now, other people's ancestors, they talk to all kinds of them all the time. Mine like to have a mediator, apparently. That's just how mine are working. But that can totally be a thing for people too. Now, I said majority of the time your most recent ancestors are the weakest. It's not in every case. My grandfather passed, he's not even been gone 2 years yet. And his presence here with me is extremely powerful, extremely strong. Like I said, he raised me. But my grandmother, I've never really had any kind of communication with her other than smells and stuff. But my grandfather, he's a very, very large presence in my ancestors since he passed, and his passing was very recent. And when he passed away, when our relatives pass away in like a spiritism and ancestral practices, we elevate them immediately. And some ancestors need a lot of elevation, and some don't need so much. So my grandfather passed, within the last 2 years, and I elevated him. When I finished the elevation, I asked my ancestors if I needed to continue. Do I need to do more? Because we have a set number of days that we do it. So like after I did the set number of days, I asked if I needed to do another set of days or I needed more, I needed to continue, and they said no. He doesn't need any more elevation. And in fact, when someone passes, it's a general rule that you wait a year and a day till after they pass, till you actually add them to your ancestral space. And this is all information in my ancestral class. I didn't have to wait. I didn't have to wait a year and a day with my grandfather. I was able to add him immediately to the space, and he only needed a very slight elevation, and he was good to go. And yeah, all ancestors are different. I had a deck of tarot cards before, but I don't know what happened to them. I wouldn't even know where to start with tarot cards. I mean, if you want to get back into tarot, I would recommend starting with the basic, like get a Raider White deck, like the basic standard tarot deck, and start with that before you like start getting out into all these crazy oracle fancy schmancy pants decks and like all this stuff that they have out nowadays. If you like, I would start from the bare basics from the beginning. That's what I have. I have Raider White Tarot. Like, that's the only one I have. It's the only one I use because I have a spirit that likes it. One of my decks is missing too. Don't need them, but it's I've heard that a lot from people actually. That one of their decks will just get up and go for a walk. A lot of times if your deck just up and goes missing, it was taken by a spirit. So maybe you need to ask somebody to bring it back. Bring me my shit back. Reported? Who reported what? So I got mad angry Christians in here reporting my live. Yeah, I just wish I knew where. Oh, is it one of those things? Brain fart, can't remember where you put stuff? Or did something actually get up and walk away? I think I left them in another timeline. That's a good one. My great-grandpa came to me in my dreams a long time ago. She showed me how she was killed. That's very interesting. So I guess I got it from her. That's very interesting that they would show you that. Wow. So killed means not a natural death, yeah. That's interesting. Thank you for the roses. Very sorry for my life. Oh, thank you. It's great that you can see that, the beyond. I got hanging lights? Amazing. Okay. You see the crazy shit. Yeah, and everybody's gifts are different. So, like, if you feel like you might be something, and don't ever judge yourself off of what other people's experiences are or what they can do compared to what you can do. Everybody has different gifts and different abilities. I have several, but some people might have several. Some people might have one or two. Like just in this video, I think I mentioned I can smell spiritual things. Like that happened. Well, look at the size of my nose. I can smell spiritual things a lot. Sometimes I hear spirit, not very often anymore. I used to hear them all the time. I still hear them say, but you know what my people's thing is? They give me earworms. You know what earworms are? Like songs that just come out of nowhere in your head and you hear them for like fucking 2 hours and it won't fucking stop. That's an earworm. Sometimes those can come from spirits. That is one of my spirit's favorite ways of communicating with me, which is super fucking annoying. But rather than like hear a voice or hear spirits speaking, a lot of times they'll give me a song and they'll put it in my head until I figure out what the fucking message is, and then it'll stop. That's one of their favorite ways of communicating. Sometimes I see things. Sometimes I see things in real time, and sometimes I'll get flashes of like pictures, like a picture book, like showing me pictures of things, or sometimes it'll be like a little TikTok video, like a little snippet video that they'll play for me in my mind of a situation or a thing, showing me something, or so everybody has different gifts. And don't ever judge yourself and your abilities by someone else's abilities and someone else's experience. Because everybody has different shit. Kanisha, is there a spell to make a person only want you or oh, yeah. That's one of the things I don't really talk about is love work. Because it's, well, I talked about it earlier and why I don't really talk about it. If a person doesn't want you, there's a reason for it. Because there's somebody else out there, like that's not your person. If a person doesn't want you and you think you need to do work to make this person want you, that's not your person. There's somebody else out there. And if you do work for the person that's not your person, it's 9 times out of 10 it's going to end up in a bad situation. They're either going to become abusive, violent, obsessive, stalky, creeper kind of stuff. It's just not your person. It's just better to like keep looking for the person that's your person. You are super wise. I'm just sitting back smoking a bowl and listening. Awesome. I actually need to go. I need to refill. My cup is empty and my mouth is getting dry from all the talking. She literally showed you. That's really special. That's I mean, I'm not going to say it's cool. It's definitely interesting and a special thing that she shared with you. It was my great grandfather who did. Oh, wow. Now, see, and let's talk about that because, again, this is stuff that's all covered in my ancestor course. Y'all need to go take my ancestor course. So let's talk about bad ancestors. All right, so what if we have bad ancestors? So your great-grandfather killed your great-grandmother. We would consider that a bad ancestor, right? So a lot of people would say, well, we don't want nothing to do with that bad ancestor. We're just going to ignore the bad ancestor and pretend he doesn't exist and push him off to the side and never talk about him because he was a bad guy and we don't even want him around. But what most people don't understand is that those ancestors are the ones that need the most elevation. The more you elevate those bad ancestors, the more you elevate. Because as you uplift them, they uplift you and elevate you as you elevate them. Because you are one and the same. And even if you have your great-grandfather's a bad ancestor, you can't cut him out of the chain. You can't break that link. Because if you take your grandfather out of the equation, you no longer exist. Right? You can't break the link in the chain, or the chain falls apart and you don't exist anymore. The bad ancestors can be tricky. You need to, I would say, start learning a good divination system. But the bad ancestors, we don't ignore them. We don't push them away. We don't break the link in the chain because they have to exist. We elevate them the most. Sometimes they can be tricky, but starting with a really good elevation with them can do wonders for the bad ancestors. I'm going to go get a drink. I'll be right back. grabbed the rest of the 2 liter, so now I won't have to leave again when my cup runs out. Okay. Alright. I hope I'm as cool as you when I'm really old. Oh, thanks. I'm not really old. I'm not really old. Your haircut makes your nose look smaller. Alright. I like my big nose, man. Everybody in my family got this fucking nose. This is my nose. Like, everybody has this fucking nose. And the fucking thing gets bigger the older you get. You should see some of my, like, old aunts and uncles and shit. Their fucking nose grew, like, 10 times their size. Well, everybody in my family got this nose. I love my nose. Alright, I'm looking at questions here. Oh. He was a piece of shit, but you kinda... Oh yeah, they wanted to sweep it under the rug. Yeah, see? Those are the ones that need the most elevation, I'm telling you. You can't believe me, I got bad one too, but still cannot forget them. You shouldn't forget them. No matter how hard you try to forget your unsavory ancestors, believe me, everybody has some kind of unsavory ancestors in their fucking lineage somewhere. Everybody got a bad guy. But let me tell you, sometimes you need those ratchet ass ancestors. Sometimes them motherfuckers will fight dirty for your fucking ass. Sometimes you really need to elevate them fucking ratchet ass ancestors. But wait, I had a thought there. I was going with it. Where'd it go? Maybe I am really old. Fuck. I lost it. I fucking lost it. What the fuck was I gonna say? If it comes back, it comes back. I lost it. You still have an online shop? Yes, ma'am. PrimitiveRootsConjure.com. You see the reason behind it all. Now you ain't. I'm not that old. Fuck, I'm just Gen X here. Ain't that old. Interesting take on it. Hello, love your... Thank you. I like my chest tattoo. The reason I can do classes on ancestors, I know so much. I'm actually initiated in the cult of the dead and the ancestors. So like, this is lots of training that I've had over many years, and then getting into Spiritismo. I guess it's dealing with ATRs, because any ATR tradition, ancestors are most important. Ancestors are first, and starting on that path really got me into that shit. But that's why, so far, the only class that I have done and offered is on ancestors, because it's the one thing that is multicultural, multi-racial, multi-ethnic, like anybody, anywhere, of any walk, any ilk, everybody has ancestors, and it would benefit every single person on this earth to work with their ancestors. Like, it's the most important and best thing somebody can do for their path and their elevation. So that's why I personally believe it is the most important thing. And when people come to me and they ask me where to get started in spirituality or on their path or witchcraft or anything, I always say start with your ancestors. That's where you start. That's the stepping stone. That's where everybody needs to start. As for all the Christians that are in here on my shit, maybe you're not as good Christians as you think you are, because TikTok's algorithm shows you what you're interested in. And if my little witch ass is popping up in your fucking algorithm that you come in on my fucking live, tells you a little something about you, don't it? Closet, motherfuckers. Okay. More gifts. Thank you for the rose. And another rose. Indeed, they are far from it. What if you cannot connect with that? So you don't have to connect with them. They are you. You are them. They're your blood. They're your body. They're your DNA. They're in you. They're literally you. You are your ancestors. It's like there's no way not to connect with your ancestors. Like you're already connected. It's already there. Want to be Bible thumper? I'm telling you. Hello from California. It's early there. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning here. It's almost the witching hour. Ooh. We're almost there. I'm telling you. And see, when I started learning about working with ancestors, I was probably feeling the same way a lot of y'all people is feeling. My ancestors that I know are pieces of shit. Like my living family, like most of them are pieces of shit. I don't want nothing to fucking do with them. But you can't judge your ancestors by your living family. You really cannot. You really cannot. I think someone said earlier that their family disowned them and they're like the black sheep. Most of us are, but I tell you what, in every generation or so, your ancestors pick a person. They pick a person who is special, who has abilities or can have abilities be developed to work with. They pick a person, and it's your job. It's literally your job to learn about your ancestors and elevate them. It is your job. And they pick a person, and usually it's the outcasts and the black sheep and the ones that, the living relatives don't want anything to do with. That's probably the person who's been chosen. 90% of the time, that's the way it's going to be. Your ancestors count on you to remember them. Your ancestors are counting on you to elevate them. When you elevate them, you elevate you. You understand? You are your ancestors. Nothing about working with ancestors is not for your benefit. It's all for your benefit as well as theirs. Anything you do for them that's good for them is good for you. They talk us like roadkill. Okay. That's right. You ain't gonna get nothing fake over here ever. I've been doing this shit a long time. If y'all like what you're seeing here, make sure you go check out my YouTube channel. It's Primitive Roots Conjure on YouTube as well. Years and years and years and years of knowledge are on that YouTube channel. I've only had this TikTok channel. I think it might be going on 2 years, like not very long. So much information on my YouTube channel though. So if y'all are liking this, make sure you go check out my YouTube channel. I can tell you are genuine about everything. Well, good. I'm glad that you can tell. That's what I'm saying. I'm not putting my teeth in. I'm not putting a face on. Because I'm not here for the gaze. I'm not here to be looked at. I'm here to help people. That's my job. That's literally the task that has been given to me by my ancestors, which is why I do what I do. My job is to help people. That's my task that they have given me in this lifetime. I need to help people. And I do that in many numerous ways. And doing things like this in these lives and stuff is just another outlet in a way that I help people. Might be a silly question, but what does it mean to see a snake in your dream? Now, see, that's the one thing I'm not We all have our skill sets, like I was saying earlier, and dream interpretation is not my forte. I am not good at dream interpretation, like, at all. I know a little bit of information about it, like bits and snippets I picked up here or there, but it's really not my thing. There are people who specialize in dream interpretation, but that is not me. It's not. I will always be honest with you and tell you, if there's something I don't know about, something I'm not good at, I'm gonna fucking tell you. We all have our strengths and weaknesses. I'm sorry I can't answer that question. I mean, snakes in general, if you want to be general about it, snakes are usually messengers. Now Christianity and the Bible and stuff have demonized the snake. But if any of you know anything about Christianity and the Bible, they usually demonize beneficial things. Snakes in any other culture, religion, and tradition are usually a really good thing. Snakes represent wisdom. They represent strength. There's the rainbow snake in African traditions. There's the plume snake in Mayan traditions. And these are gods. And snakes are wisdom and all kinds of like really good things. Snakes represent water. If you just want to get like in general with the symbology of snakes, they're usually really good things. Balkan and Mesopotamian traditions hold that every household has called a stopa. That every household has a stopa, and a stopa is a snake that is like a guardian spirit of that land and that household, and you're never supposed to kill the stopa of the house, or like your house is going to burn down. You're going to have a lot of misfortunes in your family and stuff. Like stopas are really good and important, and they're always snakes. Like I can talk in general about snakes, but as far as a snake in your dream, not so much. Wait a minute, I'm scrolling back and reading questions. Hold on. What channel name? Again, Primitive Roots Conjure. I'm Primitive Roots Conjure on everything. I'm Primitive Roots Conjure on YouTube, on here, my website, Twitter, Instagram. Primitive Roots Conjure everywhere. I don't ignore you like some do. Oh, I'm sorry. People are ignoring you is probably just because they can't really answer your questions. As I don't claim to have the absolute truth of anything or all the knowledge of anything, and if I don't know something about something, I'm gonna tell you I can't answer your question. But most of the time, I can be helpful. Well, thank you for appreciating my time. This is my time, and I don't get to do this very often. Any advice on telling the scammers from someone genuine on TikTok? Okay. Alright, so one of my pet peeves on this app here, the spiritual people, is the ones that are on here and they're doing free readings and stuff. That's another thing you will never ever see over here. I'm not going to sit here and do free readings. So you got the ones doing free readings with pendulums, and they got the magnet in them, and they just let it go. And that's not a reading. That's bullshit. Don't even entertain it. That's bullshit. Then you got ones that are doing the rods. Most of the time, those are bullshit too. They're just moving those fucking things. Same thing if they're doing a pendulum without the magnet. 90% of the time, they're fucking bullshit too. Those are just some things that really get on my nerves about this app. I would just stay away from people who are all about aesthetic. So you have a lot of people that are saying they're witches, but they really just like the aesthetic gothy kind of darkness of the witch look and stuff, I would stay away from those people who are just all about the aesthetic. I would stay away from people who put on a big show. There's a saying that, like, spirituality is not up there to be looked at. It's not to be gawked at and put on a big show. So if someone is doing those things, like 95% chance they're full of shit. If they have a lot of ego and are touting themselves as the best and greatest of anything, I would stay away from those people as well. Anyone that comes in your DMs and says they have a message from your ancestors, their ancestors sent them to you, or they DM you out of nowhere without asking and they want to give you a reading or something like that, stay away from all those people. Those people are scammers and they're fishing. They're just fishing for fucking people, for suckers. Stay away from those people. I don't know, and it might be a little bit biased, and it's not across the board, but generally, I would stay away from, personally, I would stay away from young people. Yeah, I mean, no matter, they just can't have many years under their belt. And even if I come from a long line of witches, and I'm the seventh daughter of a seventh daughter, and they give this big spiel, I'm descended from the Salem witches. Personally, myself, I would stay away from young people on this app. They just don't have the experience, and nothing. They could be great, a couple years down the road or something, or if they can get under an elder. And that's another thing. People use this app as like their only teaching tool, and I understand that that's some things that some people don't have. I was talking to a witch the other night, and she's an older witch. I think she's older than me, and she'd been solitary her entire life until she found TikTok, and then she kind of found like the witch talk community, and she's been learning a lot of new things and everything. Just younger people, to me, they just don't have the experience. They just have not had enough experience. They have to take their knocks, you know what I mean? Because that's the way we learn. We learn in this shit. We learn by our experiences. And if you're really young, you just haven't had the experiences yet. You have to experience some things first. So personally, that would be one of my red flags if somebody's really young. But that's just me personally. I mean, some young people, I don't know. Maybe there's one or two that are like fucking amazing. But in general, that's just me. I tend to stick with my elders, and people have been doing a long time and got something to teach, you know what I mean? Okay, let me ask some more questions now. Thank you. What do you specialize? I wear many hats. I have several different specialties. I kind of went through a lot of them earlier. That means someone is talking mad shit on you as somebody's ears ringing. Did I miss something? Did Dave plan on or have anything to do with stealing? Honey, this is not readings. Not readings. I need to make another sign. No readings. Nobody's over typing. That's okay. So the other thing I'm gonna say, if you're gonna dip a toe in this pond over here with the witchcraft spirituality kind of thing, you need to learn to have confidence. And I know that that's an easy thing to tell somebody. I know this. It's real easy to tell somebody, oh, you got to have confidence and be confident. It's a lot easier to say it than to actually do it. I know this because I have struggled with that myself. But really, And I know a lot of people nowadays are starting to deal with their shadow work. They're starting to deal with their trauma and working through these things. And sometimes it's really hard to have confidence and, to do those things. And you catch yourself apologizing too much for things that you shouldn't be apologizing for. Be confident. Be confident in yourself, your ancestors, your spirits, and don't apologize all the time. Apologize when necessary, but don't just throw out random apologies all the time for stuff. And I know that's a trauma response thing. Work on that. The eyes don't lie. No, they don't. Windows of the soul. Loving the tats. Thank you. They're never in your inbox wanting to give you a read. Oh, hi. They're always inboxing people trying to do readings. I know the ink is beautiful. Thank you. Rods are bullshit. Now, rods are not bullshit. I personally use dowsing rods myself because that's my people's shit. I'm Appalachian. We use fucking rods. But the way people use them on these live readings, that's bullshit. 95% of the time, that's bullshit. And rods aren't bullshit. But the way they do them on this app with their free readings, bullshit. Just got number 3. Hey, Bray Witch, I didn't know you were in here. Thank you for the lightning bolt. Lag is horrible. You have no lag. My internet strength is like full on bore. I hope there is no lag. Hey, Bray Witch, I was talking earlier about the Witch Talkers grimoire. So if anybody was here and heard me talking about that, Bray Witch is the one who is authoring that book. Yes, they have been here longer than we know. Experience is key to everything. Yes, it is. What's a good practice to develop psychic ability for beginners? Okay, so this is probably going to sound rude, but this is the way one of my elders gave it to me. Sit down, shut the fuck up, and listen. It's the best advice you're ever going to get for development of psychic and spiritual abilities with spirit. Sit down, shut up, and listen. I'm not saying go meditate. I mean, you can meditate. If you want to meditate, you can totally do that. But you don't have to do that. Sit down. Go outside. Go outside, sit under, put your back to a fucking tree. Sit down, shut the fuck up, and listen. Do that consistently, and you'll start developing shit. That was a great conversation. Yes, I'm glad you're here, Bray. You're up late. You're an hour ahead of me, Florida. NGL as a young witch, most of them are annoying and borderline delusional. Yes, and for the last, 15, 20-ish years, this growing witchcraft has just been a growing fad and a growing trend, and it's like gaining speed and momentum a lot. And I would say at least 80% of the people that I met in social media places, 15, 20 years ago, they ain't in this ring today. They were doing their little experiment, meddling, playing with things, and then they bounce because it's not for them. When something's for you, it will be for you. If it's not, they're going to bounce. And most of them people don't hang. So, like, with all these young ones I see nowadays, I'm not saying they're all like that. Like, some of them could be the shit. But I bet you the majority of the spiritual creators and witch talk people that you see on TikTok, they ain't going to be there in another 3 or 4 years. They'll be gone. That's another reason why I kind of stay away from the younger people. Then all they want to do is this witch, all this fighting and all this bullshit and crap. Like, I ain't into all that shit. We need to come together. Fact. See, that's what I was talking about. Bray's book. That's what she's trying to do. She's trying to pull the community together to collaborate on a really cool thing. Instead of fighting and being at each other's throat and talking shit about everybody and doing all this bullshit that all these people do on here. She's trying to actually do something to bring people together, and I think that's a really cool thing. You are going to help so many people. Good for you. Well, thank you. I have already helped so many people. I don't think my dues are ever going to be paid in this lifetime. Like, that's my job. That's what I got to do. And when I started doing this, y'all know I'm Gen X, I fucking hated people. Like, I am so recluse. Like, I never leave my house. I might, like, go out in public once or twice a month to, like, the grocery store or something. Like, I don't socialize with people. I don't go out around people because I generally have a strong disliking for, the majority of people. And then my ancestors are like, you need to help these motherfuckers. That's your job. And I was like, no! Like, anything but that. I guess I've come to terms with it. It's my job. It's what I gotta do. Because if I don't do it, I don't get to take my seat with my fucking ancestors when I die. So, like, I gotta fucking do what they tell me to do. I gotta do my job, and I gotta do it well and do it right, or I don't get my fucking seat. You know what I gotta fucking do. The moment you cast any doubt, your workings will not happen. Boom. Excellent tip there. Lives here are bullshit on the rot. Yes, the lives are bullshit. Yes. Same thing. I mean, that annoys me as much as the magnetic pendulum. Oh, and the other one was the book. The answers book, or whatever it's called, where they just flip a page to answer your fucking question as a reading. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Stay away from that. Stay away from that. Now, there are things like that. I guess somebody just tried to, like, make a buck off of it by making a book like that. There's things like that. There's, like, Biblemancy. Okay, so you can do divination with the Bible. It's kind of like this book thing that they do on here, but it's with the Bible. And you ask a question, and you open the Bible and put your finger down, not looking, and, with your question and everything, and, it's supposed to give you your answer. Like, that's a thing. But the book thing on here, doing readings for people like that, no. That's bullshit. Do you come from witches? My people would say no. My people would say hell no, because a lot of y'all younger folk don't understand. But back when I was growing up, you didn't call yourself a witch. You would have never called yourself a witch. And, like, the term people use nowadays are the granny witches, and your granny never gonna call herself a witch. No, that was not done back in the day. You were a folk doctor, folk medicine, cunning folk, a two-headed doctor. There's all kinds of names, but it was never witch. It was never witch. Your granny, she would have, like, her soul would have left her body if somebody called her a witch, even if she was one. do I come from witches? I come, what we call them is cunning folk or brochers. My line runs powwow, brochery. It was mostly the men in my life. Like I have a great-great-grandfather who was like a medicine man. And I know that's an indigenous person term, but he made medicines. And so I guess like a folk doctor, like a folk healer kind of thing. And like, he made salves and tars and plasters. And I have a lot of his recipes, and I have started trying to reproduce a lot of his stuff that he did. He knew all the plants. He knew my grandfather. He knew all the trees and all the plants and all the animals. Like I could see any bird anywhere, and I could, even if he wasn't there to see it, I could just describe the bird and be like, oh, it was about this size of a bird, and it was this color, and it had this kind of tail, and he would tell me what kind of fucking bird it was. We would take walks in the mountain all the time, and he would tell me all about the plants and all about the trees, and like he knew all that fucking shit. And I'll never forget, I went hiking in the woods with him when I'll never forget, I was real little. I might have been 8, 9, 10 probably at the most, and we were just walking through the woods, and he grabbed a stick off a tree and, here, chew on that, stick it in your mouth and chew on it. And I'm looking at him like, you want me to chew on a stick? I'll be damned. I stuck that stick in my fucking mouth. It was birch. It was a fucking birch tree that he snapped that stick off of, and it was so fucking good, and I chewed on that stick all fucking day. Like, my family would not say we were witches or that I come from witches. We would say we're folk practitioners, folk traditionalists, folk medicine, folk healers. But ain't none of them ever going to say there was a witch. The only reason I do it is because that's what people recognize, nowadays. If you say you're a cunning woman or, a brocher, people don't know what the fuck that is. And basically, it's all witches, yeah. They just wouldn't say that. Anyway, let me get to more questions. I asked because I had a reading done a few weeks ago, and the reader, popular on this app, said she couldn't connect with my ancestors. I don't know who's popular on this app, for one. I stay in my lane, I do my thing, and I stay out of all the drama. Some people can connect sometimes with people's ancestors. And me personally, sometimes I can do it. I can't do it with every client. It depends on their ancestors. If they got some bougie, loudmouth ass fucking ancestors that are going to jump the fuck up and start screaming, I can usually hear them. But I'm not going to say that anybody that gets a reading with me, I'm going to connect with your ancestors, because I can't do it all the time. It's going to depend on their fucking ancestors. So I'm not going to say that's not a thing. It's a thing, but I will also just say that I'm initiated in the cult of the dead and the ancestors. So for me, I would probably say it's more of a thing than some run-of-the-mill reader on TikTok. I'm not going to say other people wouldn't be able to do it. Some people can do that shit. I mean, if that's their thing, if they put it out on their videos, if you get a reading with me, I'm going to connect with your ancestors, and then they can't do it. I don't know. So I don't tell people that. I don't tell people, when you get your reading, I'm going to talk to your ancestors, because there's a chance that I might not talk to your fucking ancestors. Your ancestors might be fucking quiet. They might not want to talk to me. So I don't promote that or advertise that. But sometimes, yes, sometimes some people's ancestors are very fucking loud. There is so much they talk. Do you cast spells? Do I cast spells? I do work. I don't say I cast spells. I do work. I work on things. And we call this work because it's fucking work. That's what I was saying earlier about those aesthetic people cleaning their little bitty jars with their little stick of incense and throwing some crystals in there. That's not work. It's not work. Work is when you get to, look at my nails. Look how short they are. Look how chipped up and dirty. And work is work. It's called work for a reason, because it's fucking work. It's exhausting physically, mentally, spiritually. It's fucking work. I wouldn't say I cast spells. They basically are in it for the wrong reason. Yeah, most people nowadays just see, it's a trend. Oh, my phone just fell over. See, it's a trend, it's trendy, and they think, they can make a couple fucking bucks off of it, so everybody, wants to jump on the bandwagon while it's the hot, hip, cool thing, the trendy thing, and get as much money out of it as they fucking can. Do you have a black cat? I did have a black cat. He actually passed away about a month ago. I did have a black cat. I had him for like 16 years. He had thyroid disease. He was pretty old, but yeah, he just passed away like a month ago. I have 3 other cats. None of them are black. He was my black one. Some people make you that way, I'm telling you. I never leave my house. People piss me off. There are some straight up jerks out there, I'm telling you. And you don't think them jerks die and become jerk spirits? Generally, when people die, they're the same as they were dead as they were alive. So they were fucking jerks when they were alive. They're going to be fucking jerks when they're dead, if not worse. And everybody wants to say everything's demons. Like there ain't fucking jerk dead people out there. Where's your black cat? I just told y'all. He died. Girl, I leave home. I want to go back. I'm telling you, I am so... As soon as I leave my house, I'm just like, I want to go home. You want a reading from 2U? Yeah, I'm totally booked up for readings for the foreseeable future. I book out well in advance, and I'm talking almost a year. My schedule is full, which is why I don't get to do this thing very often. It's why you don't see me here very often, because I'm very fucking busy. But it's like 3:30 in the morning, and I did all the work I had to do, and my readings are done for the day, and I had a little bit of time. Can you for your shoes with nose? What? Can we speak English? Can you tie your shoes with your... I wish I could. Never heard that. That's why there's not 7 generations of witches. I know what she's saying. It's from here, medicine woman, my great grandma. Yes. New Orleans have black cat. I'm actually 2 hours from New Orleans. I'm not far from New Orleans, but I mean, don't get me wrong. New Orleans is an extremely magical place. The people, not so fucking much. But the place, unless you know where to go, you're on fucking Congo Square and shit. You can just fucking magic in the Congo Square. But let me just put it this way. I will not put a toe in a single witchy or voodoo shop or herb shop or any of that in the French Quarter. Not a toe will cross the threshold of any of those fucking places. All witches worship Satan, Anton LaVey. I don't think Anton LaVey said that. I really don't. Can you talk about your favorite colognes and their uses? That's a great topic. Okay, so there's many kinds of spiritual colognes. Right in front of me, actually, I have a few. So this is orange blossom water. This is really good for success, triumph, money, prosperity. A lot of spirits are favorable to the orange cologne. It's a good base, like, go-to cologne. Like, this is a good one to have on hand for many different things. What else do I got over here? Vencedor. This is protection. Well, Vencedor, if y'all don't speak Spanish, it means victory, or victory. So this is to conquer any kind of situation, especially for protection. But if you need to win a situation, like, this is good for court cases, this is good in any kind of situation where you need to be the victor or you need protection. Vencedor is the bomb. Let's see, what else do I got? This is just the ones right in front of me because I got a whole cabinet over here. Rompe Sargue. This is great for uncrossing, cleansing, breaking hexes. Rompe literally means break. Sargue, there's several of these. There's like Rompe Camino, Rompe Sargue, Rompe Cambisa. There's several different kinds of Rompe, but Rompe always means break. Sargue, I think that means shirt. I think this is break shirt, which basically is an uncrossing. It's a break hexes and remove bad shit kind of stuff. Quita Maldición. This is, quita is quit, maldición is malice. So this is basically stop malice. This is great for protection, uncrossing, reversing, just stopping any kind of malicious things, stopping gossip, anything that's malicious and you want it to quit, quita maldición. I think that's all the ones I haven't. Well, I got the Florida water over there, but you guys know what that shit is. This is my shit, indigo water. I make this. It's in my shop. This is really good for cleansing, purifying, for clarity in situations. It can also be protection. It's really good if you need things to calm down and be more peaceful and tranquil kind of energy. Indigo water. Really good shit. Okay, that's enough. I need to get to more questions now. That was a great question, though. Do you do private readings? I do, but like I say, I am booked out far in fucking advance. Like, I don't have any openings for the foreseeable rest of 2023. Like, I book far in advance. Loving your honesty. Well, thank you. That's what you're gonna get over here. I know my phone cut your live off. Maybe your phone doesn't like me. Keep drinking water. You're going to need it with some people here. I'm so glad I came across your live. Long time since I hung out with you on your live. Well, I'm glad you found your way back over here. Absolutely, it is hard work. Real talk. Another black cat's already here. Yeah, I want to get another one, but I have 3 still. I just don't know if I want to get another cat. I love my black cats, but maybe after it's been a little while, you know, like he just passed recently, and I just don't want to get another cat right now. Hunter replied back, yeah, he was a long-haired black cat too. He was beautiful. Can you talk about why jar spells are overrated? Yeah, I already did that, Bray. I already did it. I did a whole spiel. And then I'm gonna upload this live to my YouTube channel when it's done. But I had that covered. I did a whole thing on the fucking jars and what they're good for and what they're not good for. And I don't know why everybody's using jars for everything. Oh, see, neither of you guys were here earlier. I have been on here probably almost 3 hours. I totally covered the jar thing. Hey, it's okay to vent and be yourself. And see, I don't want to repeat myself because I am uploading this to YouTube, and I don't want to, like, you know, loop the same answer questions over and over again because I'm going to upload it. So if you want to see the answer to that, make sure you check out my YouTube channel after I upload the video, and you'll see me talking about the jars. You get major anxiety at the grocery store. I'm telling you, I cannot go to fucking Walmart. And y'all think I'm fucking... I get shit thrown at me in the fucking stores. Y'all think I'm playing. Shit comes flying off the fucking shelf at me. At the damn stores. All the fucking time. And then they follow me home. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. I even pick up shit from people. Like, I'll just walk past somebody in a damn store, and their caca shit will fucking get on me, and I have to run out of the store. Like, oh, yeah, get me started. Sometimes it's fucking shitty, and everybody wants to be a fucking witch. I'm like, no, you don't. No, you don't. You don't want to deal with the fucking shit that we deal with. You really fucking don't. And I don't even have it that bad. Shit. My fucking Madrina deals with shit. I'm like, God damn it, woman. She be doing fucking crazy shit all the fucking time. Like, I just gotta deal with some shit when I, you know, maybe go to Walmart or something. You need to visit. May you ask a question? Yes, you can ask a question. That's what I'm here for. You live Sidell? I'm about an hour from Sidell. You said French Corner. Yeah. Quarter. French Quarter. Not corner. Quarter. Like a quarter. Like a coin quarter. No, I don't have my teeth. It's going to be hard to understand. Quarter. Correct place, great, but people have very dark auras. How did you start your reading business? Like scheduling? You're definitely a role model. I mean, I didn't have a choice. Like in all this that I do, I didn't have a choice. I'm supposed to help people, so, you know, once I got trained in the systems that I use for readings, and, you know, my elder at the time put me out there to start doing fucking readings. Do you have a book with your variety of... I do not, and like a lot of people have suggested that I write a book, and I just... There's so many books. Like, there's so many books. Like, I don't think I could write anything that isn't already out there somewhere. Like, I don't see me writing a book. I do classes. I'll do these lives and answer questions and stuff, but I'm not writing a book. It's not me. But I'm gonna be in a book. I'm gonna be in Bray's book. A bunch of foolery. Malarkey. Is this your cologne? The only cologne I showed it was mine was the indigo water. The rest of them are all purchased colognes from like Botanicas and stuff. I heard that the Dominican Republic are shape-shifting witches that made like a long beak. I've known some witches from Dominican Republic, and you don't want to fuck with them. I'm not saying they're shapeshifters with long beaks, but you don't want to fuck with them. Unless you're extremely experienced. You don't want to fuck with them. Dominican Republic got some fucking shit. They got some fucking shit down there. Shit you don't want to fuck around with. How is that nonsense? What's nonsense? Black cats come when you least expect it. I have a stray. Actually, I have 2 stray black cats out here that come because I have an outside cat, Alex. He's orange. But there's 2 black cats. Well, they're not all black. There's a mama cat. We named her Boots because she's all black. She got 2 front white boots. I just heard something. And she has a baby, and we call him Baby Boots because he looks just like his mama, but he's her baby. And they come and they eat the cat food, so they're here all the time. But they're very feral, like you can't really get near them. But I still have black cats around, I guess. Bray Witch, hey, we are friends, and I send you vids, hey friend. Bray's awesome, and Bray took my ancestral veneration class. That's actually how we met, so she'll tell you. Do you see that I did the right thing by leaving? Like the hair. Did I miss something? What did you... leaving? We never have a choice. I'm fucking telling you. Okay. Oh, thanks for the lollipops. And the roses. Rosie Gal sent me a rose. Hello, J Dynasty. I'm probably way behind on the chat, but I promise you I'm getting her. 4 quarters is my favorite divination tool because of you. There you go. There you go. I'm telling you, the coins work. And see, simple shit. And there ain't no time when you're going to be out somewhere and you need to throw some quick divination. You have nothing on you that you can't find 4 fucking coins. Like, you can run to your car and find 4 fucking coins. Like, it's really good. The Mastery of Love and the 4 Agreements? Are you guys talking to each other? Because I don't understand. Thank you for your service. I was in the Navy myself. Yeah, okay, you guys are talking to each other. And thank you, whoever was in the service, for your service. I must have missed that comment. And I have a large military family and police as well. I wish there was cats the size of pit bulls. There are. Those are called lions. Mountain lions, cougars, jaguars. Well, yeah, those totally exist. Awesome sauce with the comment with Bray Witch. I saw a long sting trail of light going across the sky at sunset today. Never seen it in my life. You know, I seen a crazy shooting star last week. At least I thought. And I came in, and I was yelling at my husband, like, oh my god, there's like this massive, crazy shooting star in the sky, and it's incredible. I thought it was like a meteorite or something. And when I jumped on TikTok, Facebook, like an hour later, the meteorologists in Mississippi that I follow, apparently what I seen was some space shuttle landing or something. It was coming back down, and it landed in the Gulf or something. But that's what I seen that I thought was like a shooting star or a meteor or something. It was like the shuttle flying in and hitting the Gulf. Oh, more roses, thank you. I recently left my relationship. Do you see that I did the right thing? So this is not readings. This is not readings, but I can tell you, if you left, it was probably for a reason, so I wouldn't question it. Don't question. Don't question. If you felt secure enough in yourself and confident enough that you said, I'm the fuck out of this fucking relationship, don't fucking question it. You did the right thing. What is important to always pay? Why is it important to always pay the gatekeepers at the cemeteries? It says in my dirts class I'm doing. So it's important for passage. So I don't know if you guys. So one that everybody would probably be familiar with is Charon and the river Styx from Greek mythology. So it's like, people would pay the toll to Charon, the ferryman, to ferry them across the river Styx when they died. You had to pay the toll for safe passage to the land. And it's the same thing with the gatekeepers at the cemetery. You have to pay the gatekeeper for safe passage in and out of the cemeteries. If you don't pay, they're not going to provide you safe passage. You met pet cats. Oh, not feral cats. A lot of feral cats. Oh, look at the heart with the crown. That was cute. Thank you. I know what you're talking about with the space shuttle. Yeah. I totally thought I saw something. And I mean, I guess I did see something, but I thought I saw something like natural and really cool, but it was just a space shuttle. How do you attract more money? People use different methods, such as numbers and meditation. So like I was saying earlier, simple shit always works the best. Like attracts like. Like attracts like. So if you want to attract money, you use money, and you use things that are like magnetic, like lodestones and magnetic sand, and things that are attractive, like flowers. Cologne waters, those are attractive. But like always attracts like, so it's important, even if you're broke, because I'm always talking about poor, broke witchcraft and stuff. You're not, though, because you're rich in so many other ways. You're blessed in so many other ways, even if you don't have a whole lot of money. You're very rich in many other ways. So if you keep that mindset that if you're rich and you're blessed, like attracts like, and you use money to attract money. So you could do something like a money bowl. You put money in there with herbs and oils and things, magnetic things and attractive things and things that attract things. That's how I do it anyway. And I'll do some work with my ancestors. I make candles and stuff, but again, for money, but that's all stuff for attraction. You want things that are attractive and drawing and magnetic and to pull things in. That's how I do money work. I mean, other people might do it, like you said, many people do things differently. Rivers and oceans are great places to use things for money as well, because there's lots of riches in those waters. Yes, the gatekeepers, we put coins on the eyes like color green coins. Oh, we are surrounded by green. How do I find the gatekeeper? He finds you. You don't have to find the gatekeeper. They're at the fucking gate. They're there. I love Rose. He finds you. Oh, okay. I love Rose. He finds you. Yes. It's not necessarily he's there. They're at the gate. And it's not always a he. Just saying. Different cemeteries sometimes have different gatekeepers. And it's not always a he. Your favorite 5 herbs and roots. For what? For what? Like I could tell you 5 favorites for like any number of different things. Right off the top of my head, basil, absolutely. Master root, love it. I'm just trying to think things that like really versatile. I got mint, I love mint. Abricamino, absolutely. Rue and hyssop. I'm throwing in a 6th one. Rue, hyssop, abricamino, mint, basil. What is it? Master root. Absolute best stuff for all kinds of things. For baneful, well, anything poisonous is always great for baneful stuff. It's like belladonna, oleander, lobella, domania, licorice root, poke root. I mean, poke root's not really that baneful. I mean, it is and it isn't. It can be, but it's also really good for protection. So when I'm going to do other shit. If I'm doing baneful works, I'm getting nasty. Like, I'm going to use the fucking rattlesnake venom. Like, shit like that. I'm going to be using a whole lot of herbs. Always walk out of the cemetery backwards. See? That's all in my dirts class that I'm working on. I went through the whole thing about collecting cemetery dirts and cemetery protocol. And like, all that's going to be in my class. There is a steam there. What would be the best coins to leave there for abundance? Silver coins. Nickels, preferably. But if you don't really have nickels, any kind of silver coins. But I would leave silver coins at the river. Absolutely. For money, toss them in there like a wishing well. Any kind of silver coin. Rosemary. Rosemary's good. I think it's a little overutilized for a lot of things. But it's a great herb. It's good. Lavender, another one that's overutilized for everything. I don't know why on TikTok everybody thinks lavender goes in everything. It fucking doesn't. Like lavender has like a small box of uses that it's really good for, and like nothing else. Like every single thing I see on this app, or somebody is doing an instructional, putting something together on camera, it's always got fucking rose petals and fucking lavender. Like, no. Why are you putting that in there? Tell me, why you putting that in there? What purpose does it fucking serve? And it's probably not even what the fuck they think it is. Sorry. Rant over. Silver coins in bodies of water for money. Yes. So if you're at the river or the ocean, it's always silver coins. Or collect some of that water, take it home, and put it in a bowl with the coins. Do the same rules apply at Catholic cemeteries? All cemeteries. And we also need to know the difference between a graveyard and a cemetery. Do we know the difference between a graveyard and a cemetery? They're different things. Graveyards are always attached to a church. They always have a church on grounds. Which means their land is, 100% probably going to be consecrated. Cemeteries have no church. Sometimes they can be consecrated, but sometimes not. It can go either way. Know the difference. Know the difference between churches. There are male churches, there are female churches. And it's not, who the pastor is. Churches have their own energies and saints that they're named after and what they're what their energy is and what they're doing. Know the difference between your churches if you're collecting graveyard dirt. A lot goes into this stuff. Where can we find your classes? Please spell your YouTube. I can't spell it. It's too long. Primitive. Look at my name. Primitive Roots Conjure. Primitive Roots Conjure. That's it. YouTube, website, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter. I think I closed my Twitter down because fuck Elon Musk. Just look up Primitive Roots Conjure, and I'm that on everything. The Dirts and Waters class is not up yet. I'm working on that currently right now, and I'm taking time away from working on that class to be here. I'm almost through the dirt section, I think. I haven't even started on the water section yet, but I'm working on it. It's hopefully going to be available like by fall, maybe a little bit sooner, but hopefully around that area. But the Ancestor course is on the website. I've been steering away from lavender. That's fun. I'm telling you. I can't with the lavender. I don't even like the fucking smell of it, for one. Like, everything's fucking lavender. Lavender, like I said, its uses is a very small box. Friendship, platonic, peace, tranquility. I mean, maybe a little bit of love, but it's more of a platonic kind of love. That's it. That's it. It's not cleansing, it's not protecting, it's not uncrossing, it's not hexing, it's not money, it's not love, like love, like more like a platonic, like a family kind of love, not like a love. Like, that's it. It's not any of the things that people are using it for. And I understand that it's one of the most readily available herbs that you could probably get just about fucking anywhere. But so are all the herbs at the grocery store. You can go to the grocery store in the herb section and get better herbs for whatever you're doing than fucking lavender. I promise. I'm so sick of the lavender. And the rose petals. What are the rose petals for? Why are you putting rose petals in fucking everything? Sorry. I get aggravated on this app. What is lavender good for? I just gave you that, and I just read the question. Just gave it to you before I read the question. Salt, isn't that salt? No, now salt's good, but people are using it in things that they shouldn't be using it for. Like, number one, you should not be using salt in any aspect where you're working with spirits or dead. Let me put it that way. If you're working with dead, don't put fucking salt on your work or around your work or anywhere near it. Because the dead hate salt. I don't care if they're your ancestors or some other dead spirit that you've been working with for whatever. Salt repels dead. Don't put fucking salt on it. Everything doesn't need salt. Your money work doesn't need salt. Your love work doesn't need salt. Salt is good for protection, purification, cleansing, clarity. I guess I could go there. Even uncrossing, hex removal, reversing, I suppose it could go in there as well. But all this other shit, no. Stop it with the damn salt. They're fucking themselves up. Like, I see all them videos, it's like, your shit's gonna backfire, your shit ain't gonna fucking work, because you just threw salt all over that shit, put lavender and rose petals in a fucking money jar. Like, this is why I stay to myself and I keep quiet in my lane, because I don't like talking bad about anybody or anything, but I never name names. It's just observations. I'm not a drama person. We need to come together. Yes, I told you that's what Bray's doing with her book. Thank you. Better go find the keeper and pay my debt. There is very specific graveyard etiquette for all graveyards and cemeteries, and that is extensively covered in my Dirts and Waters class that will be coming up. I give you step-by-step instructions before entering, while you're in there, and exiting, and how to do it all properly and cleanly, and know you're not gonna walk out with a fucking bunch of shit riding your fucking back. It's all in my class. What is graveyard dirt for? Graveyard dirt can be used for a lot of things, and that's one thing that is the first bullet point in my dirts class, is when I always try and think magically, and I know that sounds fucking cliche, but literally always try to think magically. When you're thinking about things and herbs and dirts and whatever you're thinking, think magically about everything. So one of the bullet points, the first paragraph in my class that I'm working on, is to realize that damn near every single thing has two sides to the coin. Damn near every single thing is a double-sided sword. So if something is good for road opening, that same something, 98% chance, is going to be good for also closing roads. So if something has a purpose, it can do that purpose in reverse, almost in every situation, right? With almost everything. I'm not going to say across the board that's like a law, but more chances that it's going to be than it's not going to be. That everything has two sides of the coin. Everything is double-edged. And if it does one thing, it can undo it the same way. So graveyard dirt, what would most people think graveyard dirt would be used for? They think, oh, I'm going to hex people. I'm going to kill people. I'm going to cause death and sickness and illness. So flip the coin. And what would graveyard dirt be good for? It would be good for protection, healing, health, uncrossing. It would be good for all the things that it would be good for on the other side. You can reverse it and flip it. Everything's mirrored, right? Almost everything. I'm not going to say it's across the board because there are some exceptions of things that I really can't think of a way they could be mirrored. But more chances than not, everything can be mirrored. I see you're getting aggravated. I'm not really aggravated. I just have some things that are grind my gears sometimes. I don't let myself get aggravated. For me, it's the lemon spells. Oh, God. The lemons, too. I mean, don't get me wrong. They're being way overdone. And what did I see? See, now y'all gonna get me on some bullshit. I saw somebody was talking about using, sacrificing animals or something and using blood in war water and, all kinds of weird stuff. What? Where the fuck did that come from? Who does that? That's not a fucking thing. And everybody thinks war water is to attack people. And it's really not. It's really for protection. There are two kinds of war water. There's benevolent war water and there's malevolent war water. You know what the difference between the two is? One you piss in. You piss in one, and the other one has no piss. That's the difference between benevolent and malevolent war water. And literally, it's nothing but rust. It's iron, red rust iron, and water. One you pee in, and one you don't. And there's no blood. There's no, like, herbs or whatever people are doing out there. That's not war water. That's not what war water is for. I just see people doing the most on this app, and I'm just like, where is this stuff coming from? I know it ain't coming from like teachers and like actual elders and teachers and stuff. No, where is it coming from? I don't. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to get off of here soon. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. What is the difference between pink Himalayan salt and Celtic salt? Now, I ain't never heard of Celtic salt. I don't know what that is. So for actual, genuine, real deal salts, there's like the pink salt, and there's black salt, there's sea salt, kosher salt, and then you have like table salt. I mean, it would work in a pinch. It's still salt, but like if you're doing anything with salt, like any other kind of salt would be better than table salt. But table salt works in a pinch. It works in a pinch. My go-to is usually sea salt or kosher salt for most things. I know pink Himalayan salt, I don't know really what it would be good for in workings other than it's pink. So, like, it might be okay. No, because you don't use salt in attraction work. I don't even know what pink salt would be good for in witchcraft. I know it's good for you because it has, like, minerals and stuff in it that, like, other salts don't have. I don't know. And I know there's, like, a big fad of, like, buying these pink salt lamps and stuff, and I read about them. Like, it's supposed to, like, ionize your home, and, like, it's supposed to have all these properties and do all these things. I don't know how much validity I'd put into that. I mean, salt in general is purifying, it's cleansing, it can be protective. So, like, having a big salt lamp, like, I guess it would do those things. But I don't know. That's the best I can come up with. I love Rose. Good night. Remember, you own your dream. Yes, that's good. Can my spirits stay over your houses? No, I got a full fucking house here. Nobody's coming in with it. In fact, I had a friend staying here for a little bit, and one of his friends died, and they got cremated, and he went to a funeral, and he got some of the cremains from his friend, and thank God he knew better, because when he came back, he left the cremains on the porch, and he asked me if he could bring them in the house, and thank God he fucking asked, because my people was a hell no. And it wasn't nothing against his friend or like anything like that. Just my people don't like outsider spirits. Like, we're good and we have a full house and we don't need anybody else in here. They're not gonna let anybody else in this house. Oh, it's not bad when you're educating. Everything's bad. Ancestral workings. What do you think about mirrors covered up? So, I mean, you're supposed to cover mirrors when anybody dies in the home. You're supposed to do that. Some people want to cover their mirrors in their bedroom when they're sleeping, especially if you're having like a lot of sleep paralysis, nightmares, stuff like that. Covering and warding your mirrors can help with that. Sometimes, I'm not going to say it's like going to cure it, but it can, in some situations, it can help. Same thing with these flat screen black televisions. They're very reflective, mirrored surface when they're turned off. And I don't know if you ever noticed, but the things that are mirrored in the flat screen TV are like shadow. It's like shadow world being reflected in your TV. A lot of people cover their TVs too when they're off. As far as in your home, I like I said earlier, you should always have a mirror on each end of each cardinal direction in your home facing out in a window. So north, south, east, west, have a mirror in at least one window facing out to reflect things. When you're hanging mirrors in your home, you should never hang a mirror on an outside wall. You always hang them on a wall that's in, so not a wall like where your front door would be that faces the outside of the house. You should always hang mirrors on the inside walls of houses. There's a lot of stuff about mirrors, but that's kind of like, there was one other thing I wanted to say, and I don't remember what the fuck it was. Mirrors are a big deal. They can be portals and gateways, but they can also be extremely protective and reflective. So, like, again, everything double-edged, can be mirrored for different purposes. I was gonna say one other thing about mirrors. I don't remember what the fuck it was. Oh, if you're not supposed to ever have a mirror facing your bed while you're sleeping. So if you have one of those, I would definitely say cover that up. If you have a mirror in your bedroom, I would make sure that it's somewhere where it's not looking at the bed while you're sleeping, because that's another thing with the nightmares and sleep paralysis. There's a lot of shit on mirrors. Protection with graveyard dirt, absolutely. What would you use for opening roads? I'm curious. You use a lot of shit. Abra Camino #1, crossroads dirt, ammonia, chicory root. So other things that I would use are more tradition specific, because I would use like bobo, things like that. But that's more like ATR tradition specific things. I'm trying to think of general things that are good. Well, I just gave you a couple. They were like really fucking good. Yeah, those are all things that are great for road opening. Soraya is me and Briley from Arkansas gonna date? Do you believe in reality shifting? Yes, I do. And I do believe I have experienced it a couple times. Celtic salt is a supplement. Okay, and that's probably why I don't know what it is. It comes from the sea around Ireland and Scotland. So why wouldn't that just be sea salt? I don't know, school me. Because to me, I would just say it's sea salt if it comes from the sea, where the fuck it comes from. What if you put salt and ice in your ass? That I think you would go to the hospital then. Pink salt is for protection. All salt is for protection. So why is pink salt for protection? Because all salt is for protection. I don't know. Or just pray that people in this chat will be forgiven. Hey, your algorithm brought you here. Your algorithm is showing you what you like, what you're interested in, and what you watch a lot of on TikTok. Your algorithm brought you to my live. Jesus was a witch. What are your thoughts on shadow people? I already answered that. Again, this video is being uploaded to my YouTube when it's finished, so I'm not going to loop and answer the same questions over and over again. I'm sorry, But if you want the answer to that question, I did like a whole thing on shadow people, a whole section. Go to my YouTube channel probably tomorrow. It'll be uploaded, and you can watch this and watch the bit on shadow people. But for the people that are going to be on YouTube, I don't want to like rehash and answer the same questions over and over and over again. I hope you can understand that. But yes, totally talked about the shadow people. So my YouTube channel is Primitive Roots Conjure. So just probably tomorrow evening-ish, I would check, and I'm going to upload this on there, and you can see all about the shadow people that I talked about. You do a lot of mirror work. Mirrors are excellent, and they're really good for protection. Like I said, it's a double-edged thing. I actually have a box, a mirror box that I made, that I keep things in that I need highly protected. Why does your algorithm bring you here? Because your closet. TikTok shows you what you like. TikTok shows you what you watch. Why are you here? I'm gonna need some cinnamon toast Christ here shortly. Oh, they don't know. They don't know. They don't even know that their whole religion is sun worship. Like they just feel sorry for those people. Don't argue with them. Just feel sorry for them. They don't know what they don't know. Well, that's a good one. You make offerings at your altar for them. I don't know. See, that's like when people, thoughts and prayers. Sending thoughts and prayers. No, they're not. They're just saying that. They ain't really going home and sending thoughts and prayers. It's just something they say so they look some way. So they look like they care when they're actually self-righteous bigots. You enter these chats to no, I think you enter these chats because you're in a closet. That's what I think. Your algorithm shows you people that need saving from evil. No, honey, your algorithm shows you what you like. Shows you what you heart on TikTok the most, what lives you join, what videos you comment on the most. That's what TikTok shows you. Somebody doesn't know how algorithms work. You just outed yourself. You outed yourself. Father, if you can't, you want nothing. What happened from him? No one is asking you to pray for anybody. Good point. How do you feel? How do I feel about dogs? I love dogs. Well, who doesn't love dogs? I'm confused by that question. How do you feel about dogs? Oh, I guess some people are scared of dogs. I guess. Yeah, I guess those people exist. But most people love dogs, in my experience. Well, if you don't like it, if you don't like it, you sure are spending an awful long time on here on something that you don't like. You know, when I don't like something, I don't give it my attention. I ignore it or I scroll past it. If I don't like it, why would I give it any moment of my attention and time? Because my time is precious. My energy is precious. I'm not going... Oh, wait a minute. Tell me she fucking reported me. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. TikTok's making me do a verification that I'm still live. I guess I've been on too long. Yeah, my time is too precious. My energy is too precious to give any attention or spend any amount of time, energy, or thought on things that I don't like. Like something, I ignore it and don't give it my time, energy, or attention. That's how that works. Is it true you hang mirrors in windows? Turns it. Yes, I think I covered that 3 times on this live tonight. Yes. It should be one in every cardinal direction of your home. So you want a window in the north, south, east, and west, facing out. Or not a window, I'm sorry, a mirror. A mirror in your window, facing out in each cardinal direction of your house. And that's see, a lot of people don't know this stuff about like those pinwheels, those wind spinner thingies that are really flashy and shit. Yeah, you can fix those. You can fix those to protect your home, to reverse things that are sent at you, to reflect things back. Pinwheel magic, wind spinner thing. Yes, that's a. See, Bray, you should put that one in your book. That's a good one. I don't see anybody talking about that one. Pinwheels and wind spinners, wind chimes are another good one. But yes. Don't argue. Don't argue with the Christian. Just ignore. Because if she doesn't get any attention, then she's not going to get what she wants. Don't give her what she wants. Ignore. I've seen spirits go from normal form to ghost form, and cars go straight through them when crossing the road. I don't think I've ever seen that personally, but I know people that have had those types of experiences. I think I've actually seen them on videos too. Now I don't know if the videos were real, but yeah, I've seen that. My husband, actually, one of the first spirits he ever seen, he was young, I don't know, like a teenager, and they were like out at some abandoned farmhouse in the middle of Missouri somewhere, and they were drinking and stuff. They were like teenagers partying or whatever. And he said he was like drinking, and he was sitting on the porch of this like abandoned old farmhouse out in the middle of this cornfield or something. And he said he looked over and he saw this like farmer guy, and he was like standing by this tree, and he was like leaning on this tree. And he was like, I kept looking at him and like, yeah, like, what do you want? What are you looking at? Like that kind of shit. And the guy wouldn't move, and he was just sitting there staring at him. And he was like, fuck it. And he took his empty beer bottle and flung it at the fucking guy, and he said it went right through him. And then he just like turned around and walked behind a tree and was gone. But he said it looked like a real person standing there. Like he didn't know that was a ghost till the bottle went through him. But yeah. So if you now, I don't even want to address this motherfucker. So how comes if your God, which is just one of many, raised from the dead, he also raised others from the dead, right? So like Lazarus and everything, he brought, brings it, So he's like a necromancer, right? He brings dead people back. He raises himself from the dead. So why would you think that other people speaking to the dead or raising the dead, why do you think that's evil and demonic? If your God did it, then why is it evil and demonic if anybody else does it? Why is that? I go into mini chat so TikTok thinks I like this. No, you do like it. You do like it. You go into chats, you watch them, you like them, you comment, you love it. You love it. So TikTok shows it to you because you love it. Y'all are too fucking bright. Your mission. They go on every witchcraft stuff and pray for it. This is a first for me. I've never had one of these people on one of my videos. But it's alright. If they get out of hand, I'll block them. But I would just say don't react to them. If anything, I will address anything that they say, but people shouldn't be interacting with people like this. That's you're going to power of God reveal. You realize when you rebuke things, you're casting a spell, right? You do realize that, right? That's no difference from what we do. Just with different gods. He loves everyone but does not love the evil. Then why did he create it? Why did he create it then? You know, in Genesis, he takes complete credit for creating evil. He created everything, including evil. So why did he create it then? Y'all need to read your book, man. Y'all need to read your book better. Anyway, I'm going to get off of here shortly because it's fucking 4:30 in the morning and my son is going to be coming up here shortly. If he gets out of hand, I'm just going to block him. But I like to give everyone a little bit of a chance. Yeah. Your God talks about other gods. I was talking about something about that earlier. Like, your God is no more or less valid than anybody else's God, but in fact, your God is one of the youngest gods, if not the youngest God. Your God Yahweh is like one of the youngest gods. He's like the baby of the gods. Gosh. It must be nice to have such faith in something, though. I mean, I got faith in my shit. Let's see, we have sayings of Santo Thomas por creer, seeing is believing. And crodo en tada, mi crada en todo. I believe in everything. I don't believe in anything. In other words, seeing is fucking believing. When you do what we do, you don't have a choice but to believe. Because you don't have a choice. Seeing is believing. That's the difference between faith and knowing a thing. There's a difference between knowing a thing and believing a thing. If you know something, you know it. And you know when your birthday is. You know that shit. You don't have to believe when your birthday is. Big difference. And when you know something, you know something. And when you see something, you don't have a choice but to know it. Okay. It's about getting boring now. Okay, we don't have to be mean. We don't have to call names. Don't ever reduce yourself to someone else's level. Don't ever. You stay in your lane, in your level, and don't let anyone else control your emotions or bring you down, because then you're letting other people control you. One thing you're in control of is yourself, your reactions, and your emotions. So if you're not in control of that and you're allowing someone else to, then they are in control of you and you're not in control of yourself. And we can't have that. I'm just reading comments. They were normal, went straight to ghost story. Yeah, that's what happened with the one my husband's seen. You're not supposed to pray out loud. Hey, it ain't lying. I swear to God, he said, God bless all you Heathers. And I was like, I love that movie. I swear to God. Oh, yeah, I'm getting tired. I swear to God, I said Heathers. Oh, he laughs at the phone so the AI recognizes him as loving it. No, because he comments and interacts and hearts all the videos like that. So that's what's going to show up in his algorithm. He outed himself. He been exposed. He ain't telling on nobody but himself. He never answered my question, by the way. Why is that? They can come in here with their ego on their high horse, but when asked pertinent questions, they can never answer them. Why is that? Is your faith that small? Or your knowledge of your faith that small that you can't answer simple questions about it? I don't know. Reading comments. I feel bad for them because they don't even know. They don't even understand it. It's just sun worship. They're literally just worshiping the sun. Okay, I'm at the end of the chat. I'm telling you, I asked the question about raising the dead, and I seriously wanted to know his answer, but can't answer that. Yeah, I mean, it's indoctrination. You just gotta feel bad for those people. What kind of... Just think of the small little box worldview they live in. I just feel really bad for those people. We got this one... Well, I'm not gonna say we got this one life, but in this life, we're here to learn, to experience everything that we can possibly experience, and to trap yourself into this little box and have a completely closed mind, I'm like, you're missing out on so much. Like, I just feel really bad for those people. Did he catch that you called his God by his... I don't think so. I don't think he caught that either. Christianity is just another form of paganism. Yeah, right? I don't have a problem with Christianity. I don't have a problem really with any religion. I mean, you all do what you want to do. I just have a problem when they want to shove it down everybody else's throat. Like, that's what I got a problem with. Like, you ain't gotta fucking be like that. Believe what you believe, do what you do, stay in your lane, let everybody else do what the fuck they want to do, and be in their fucking lane. I do. I feel bad for them. I feel really bad for them. I don't know why they gotta be so pushy. It's paganism. It's just sun worship. It's literally just sun worship. I have videos on my TikTok where I decode symbolisms in the Bible and how it's just the zodiac, it's just sun worship, it's just even the ages and the way things go through with the Moses and Jesus and the Taurus and the bull I mean, there's nothing wrong with the Bible. It's just the way people interpret it and the way they use it. But it's a very powerful book, and there is very strong encoded messages in that book if you know how to read it right. I mean, I just have a problem with the followers, and it's like, dear God, save me from your followers. Why it gotta be like that? And that's what's wrong with the whole world. Fucking colonizing everything, pushing everything on earth. They just fucking leave people alone. The world would be such a better place. Uh-oh. Hold on, y'all. I got a weather warning. I am in Mississippi. Severe thunderstorm. Ooh, that's me. Oh, it's a watch. Severe thunderstorm watch. As long as there aren't any tornadoes, I'm alright. This ain't right either. Like, this should be hurricane season right now. Like, we shouldn't be dealing with this shit right now. Fucking global warming bullshit. I probably ain't gonna be able to get to sleep. As soon as I lay down to sleep, that shit's gonna roll in. Good night, guys. I have learned. Yeah, I'm gonna head off here. Ohio, Tennessee. Oh, I feel bad for you guys. I gotta say, for the draconian, bigoted laws that are being passed, like, all over the fucking South, Mississippi really hasn't passed any. And I'm fucking surprised. In fact, we even got rid of the fucking Confederate flag that was on the state flag. Like, they just changed the state flag last year and got rid of the Confederate flag part. Like Mississippi's kind of becoming progressive, and I know people don't think about it that way, but it really is. We haven't as far as I'm aware, we haven't passed a single law down here that affects gay people or LGBTQ. Now, they did do the abortion ban thing, but Mississippi, there was only one abortion clinic in the entire state for the last 20 years anyway. So, I mean, but they didn't pass any kind of draconian laws, like, women are going to be put to death for a miscarriage and, like, all this other crazy shit that they're passing in these other states. Mississippi's not doing that. Now, I will say that Jackson did some kind of crazy Jim Crow shit, and it did pass, where they made, I know you guys probably aren't interested in this, but they made, like, their own circuit court of unelected judges inside Jackson. Now, granted, Jackson is the murder capital of the world, not the country, the world. Jackson, Mississippi. I don't know if y'all knew that. Murder capital of the world. So, I mean, it is Jim Crow era-esque shit, putting unelected judges in charge of the special circuit court in Jackson. It's bad. I don't want to justify it. But on one hand, I do really just kind of think they're trying to figure out a way to handle all the crime that's in Jackson. And, I mean, they could probably come up with a better fucking idea. Like, I'm not going to justify that fucking shit. Like, that was a bad thing to fucking do. But that's really the only bad thing Mississippi's done. Compared to, like, you know, what Tennessee is doing, Florida is doing, and North Carolina is doing, and Texas is doing, and even Ohio is doing some crazy shit. Like, I don't think we're doing that bad down here. To my surprise. I said, I've only been living here for like 4 years. But I thought Mississippi would be, you know, the first ones to like pass some crazy fucking laws, but they haven't. Not to my knowledge. They haven't passed really anything other than that Jim Crow shit in Jackson. That was bad. Shouldn't have done that. But yeah, anyway, I'm just rambling. I'm gonna get off of here. Let me just read these last comments. I just went to chick to Christian guy out. You can't look at any of his stuff. Oh, he got a private page? Oh, that's surprising. It's probably all stuff how much he loves witchcraft. If you haven't caught on, we're going for a roller coaster this ride. Just, oh no. No, I didn't see that. I didn't see that at all. I don't want a roller coaster. I really don't. Isn't this so? Mississippi hasn't passed anything like Tennessee. I know! Like, I'm really surprised. Like, I thought Mississippi would be leading the train on doing the fucking crazy shit, passing the crazy laws, but we really haven't passed any. And I don't like our governor. I do not like Tater Tot, but I mean, they legalized pot too, medical marijuana. They just legalized it. Like, they're doing shit here that's like not really that bad. Like, I'm shocked by it, but yeah, I thought Mississippi would be leading the fucking train on that shit. But and a lot of people talk down on Mississippi, like, I don't know, they ain't never been here. But people talk shit about it. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of uneducated motherfuckers. We are like the last in education. It is a very poor state, which is one of the reasons why I moved here, because I got a big ass nice house for really fucking cheap. My property taxes are super fucking cheap every year. Like I don't know, like, people say you can go to Mexico with a lot of American money and, like, live really good and, like, you know, you have a lot of money down there, even though it's, like, not a lot of money here. It's kind of, like, Mississippi is kind of the same way. Like, you come to Mississippi with, like, a little bit of money, like, you have a lot of money here. That was one of the reasons why I came here. But, yeah, like, I don't know, man. That we might be getting a little bit progressive down here, at least not as bigoted as a lot of the other southern states. That's saying something. You're 5 minutes from Mississippi. Wait, in Alabama? Because that could, I don't know, that could be Arkansas, Alabama, Louisiana. It's kind of like, the old profile keyword AI. So if we are being watched, this is ridiculous. Here in Tennessee, they will deny legal marriage. See? Yeah, same face it. See, we ain't doing none of that shit down here. Not that I've heard of. I'm sorry, but I have to call as I see about the roller coaster. Yeah, I haven't seen anything about roller coaster weather this year. You enjoy Mississippi? I do too, but like most people, when I tell them I moved to Mississippi, they're just like, why? Why? And I try and like have friends or family to come visit me, and like nobody wants to come to Mississippi, and I'm like, it's really not. Like people are friendly. Like holy shit, are they friendly? I mean, yeah, there's a lot of low key fucking racism, which that's pretty shitty about it. But I don't know. I don't know. It's like everyone else is leading the boat on the draconian fucking bigoted crazy laws, and we haven't really passed anything that I'm aware of. Anyway, I'm gonna get off of here. I hope yeah, the sun's gonna be coming up. I hope I helped everyone. I hope I answered all your questions to the best of my ability. Again, this will be uploaded onto my YouTube channel, Primitive Roots Conjure. Any products or services that were mentioned in this video will most likely be available at my website, primitiverootsconjure.com. You can find me on Facebook, Instagram, under the same name, Primitive Roots Conjure. That on all platforms. I hope everybody has a blessed week. I pray that all your ancestors have all the necessary light and elevation that they need to properly guide you on your path. And I will see you all in the future. Good night and have a great week. And thank you for joining me.